Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on ACPS TV and streamed on ACPS YouTube channel. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you enter the room. So please make sure you read those if you have not already. Please pause for the invocation. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance. Stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. That brings us to item 2.03, approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Do I have consensus? Thank you. Item 2.04, establish agenda order. Do I have a motion?
Move to proceed with agenda as printed.
Second.
Do I have consensus? Thank you. I'd like to take a moment today to introduce our new student member of the board, Mr. Eric Lynn. Congratulations and welcome. We're delighted to have you with us. And Mr. Lynn, if you would like to offer a couple of comments, please do so. First, learn how to turn on your, just there you go.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here today. And thank you for the introduction.
Yeah, it's your cell phone. Just put it, there you go. No. Yeah, could one of the folks come and see if we can? Yeah, they're working it. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Lynn, please continue.
All right. So thank you, everyone, for being here today, and thank you for the introduction. It goes without saying that we have some challenges coming before our board this upcoming school year, but I am excited to work with all of my fellow board members and Dr. Bedell to ensure our students are at the forefront of our policies and decision making. I want every student watching to know that I am here to listen and work to ensure that each one of you succeeds academically and socially in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lynn. So this will now take us to item 3, public comments on agenda items. Prior to calling people up, I will read the following statement about public comment. This is one of the opportunities that the board provides to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. The members of this board appreciate hearing from interested citizens. As appropriate, we will refer your concerns to the superintendent for follow-up by his staff. The board will hear public comment from up to 10 total speakers, combination of virtual and in-person per agenda item, excluding personnel items, reports, and recognitions, during a single public comment section in the early portion of the meeting. The board will hear public comment from up to 10 total speakers on items not on the agenda, excluding any student-specific or personnel items near the end of the meeting. The link to register to comment before the board opened at 3 p.m. on the Friday prior to this meeting. Registration closed at noon on the Monday prior to this meeting. Speakers may sign up for no more than 2 agenda items, but only once on any individual agenda item. For any item with more than 10 registered speakers, the board will employ a lottery process to select the speakers. Registrants who secure a slot to speak were notified by email at the email address they provided when they registered. All speakers will be allotted 2 minutes and must address the specifics of the agenda item for which they sign up. No speaker substitutions will be permitted. If your name is called and you are not present, we will move on to the next speaker. For anyone who was not selected to speak at today's meeting, you may email your comments to the board office at boardoffice@aacps.org. While we encourage public input on policies, programs, and practices within the purview of this board and the school system, this is not the proper forum to address specific student or employee matters or to comment on matters that do not relate to public education in Anne Arundel County. We encourage everyone to utilize existing dispute resolution processes as appropriate. I remind everyone that any inappropriate personnel remarks or other behavior that disrupts or interferes with the conduct of this meeting are out of order. Persons using language that is threatening or promotes violence against members of this body or Anne Arundel County Public School employees are subject to legal penalties. Persons who otherwise disrupt or disturb this meeting will not be allowed to continue their remarks and will be asked to leave the meeting. It is not the board's general practice to engage in question and answer session with speakers. For the record, please give your name before speaking. Handouts should be given to the board assistant. I ask that speakers observe the 2-minute clock. A yellow light will shine when you have 30 seconds remaining, and a tone will sound when your time has expired. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the tone. If you continue to speak after your time has expired, the microphone will be turned off. It could also be turned off if a speaker addresses specific student or employee matters or are commenting on matters not related to public education in Anne Arundel County. So with that, I will bring up our first group of speakers. On item 6, award of contracts, Francis Montgomery. All right, on policy adoption, third reading, display of flags, code IS. Ms. Kim Prada, please come up. Carrie Brooks. Stephanie, I believe it's Leuscher, sorry. Lauren Arditi. And Carolyn Smith. All right. So Ms. Prada, would you like to begin?
Hi, good afternoon. It's Kim Prada. First, let me state that I'm here today to fully support policy IS display of flags. However, the debate that's been unfolding over the past 2 months is anything but healthy, and it is no longer about what's right for our children. This has now become a tug of war between two dissenting views and beliefs. This policy is now about a board president that consistently allows a certain group of individuals to stand at this podium and belittle another group of parents that they don't agree with. Parents who, by the way, are only asking that this school system return the focus of our classrooms to learning. Our children are failing, and we have the test scores to prove it. This policy is now about a board member who's most likely using her credentials to provide inside information to a certain side of the aisle, smiling and texting with them during board meetings, instigating rude, immature behavior, and all out in the open for everyone to see. It's unprofessional, disrespectful, and the last place that this bias should be happening is from the dais. This policy is now about board members curtailing to the cries of social justice warriors instead of remaining steadfast in their commitment to ensure that our children are receiving the best education possible in this school system. This policy is now about teachers who want to bring their political ideals into the classrooms and push certain ideologies on their students, regardless of a child's personal beliefs. All children deserve respect and compassion. This policy is not about a flag ban. It is about removing all distractions from our classrooms. Flags do not protect children. An environment where children can learn and thrive does. Classrooms are for learning and not grooming. As elected board members who are here to represent all of their constituents and protect all children, please do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Brooks.
Hello, my name is Carrie Brooks. The suicide risk for LGBTQ youth is a public health crisis in Maryland. Statistics aside, for families who have lost a child to suicide, one child is too many. A teacher's rainbow flag in their classroom sends a message to students that they are accepted just as they are, and students, gay or not gay, can appreciate a teacher who accepts students as they are. Maybe they will approach this teacher with a crisis that they're facing. This is not political. This is about saving lives. Students need to feel safe to learn. We need environments where our students, staff, and families are safe, accepted, and supported. Teachers have extraordinarily difficult jobs, administrators too. This bill would be a burden they do not deserve. Teachers go from teaching rhyming words, American history, pre-calc, to suddenly leading kids through an active shooter drill or the real thing. In 2020, gun violence became the leading cause of death for children and teens in the United States, surpassing car accidents or childhood cancer. Gun violence, part of a child's childhood. And then in complete contrast to that nightmare, there's this small, peaceful sign in the school of a rainbow flag saying, "You are cared for, amazing, needed." It's a small thing that may mean discomfort for those possibly who don't understand or have not developed empathy for those who are different from them. I am holding on to hope that enough people will understand how important it is to protect the children and staff and families in our school from the damage this bill would do and vote against this bill. Please vote against this flag ban bill. Lives are at stake. Last year in Maryland, 43% of LGBTQ youth considered suicide and 14% attempted suicide.
Thank you. Ms. Leuschner.
For the record, my name is Stephanie Bernholz-Leuschner. I am a graduate of AACPS, a child of a former AACPS educator, a current special educator in the county, and hopefully one day a parent in Anne Arundel County. Good afternoon, members of the board and fellow community members. I am speaking to you today against this proposed flag policy. Last month, I listened to the testimony made on both sides, and something stuck out to me about the testimony in favor of this flag policy. The idea that safe spaces meant safety from all discomfort. Therefore, potentially polarizing flags must be removed to make a quote unquote safe space free of discomfort. I think this misses a distinct difference in the concerns of the opposing sides. The discomfort that perhaps more conservative students may feel when seeing a pride flag does not make them inherently unsafe. Meanwhile, multiple LGBTQ+ students and former students have already testified to you that they did in fact feel physically unsafe in an Anne Arundel County public school because of their sexuality or gender identity. For these students, a pride flag in a classroom signified that this adult accepted them and that they had someone in their corner. To remove this in order to avoid mere discomfort for other students is not only insulting and dismissive to the students who have come to their board asking you to vote against this proposal, but actively goes against our duty to teach students. Discomfort is not division. Discomfort is an opportunity to grow. It is even an opportunity for students that I may personally disagree with to grow more committed to their beliefs and opinions, if that is the result of the conversation. Show our students the respect to their intelligence that they deserve and allow them to feel this discomfort. Discuss the reasons behind this discomfort at home and at school, and to grow without limitation. Please vote against this proposed flag policy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Arditi.
My name is Lauren Arditi, and I'm a 13-year AACPS educator, but most importantly, I'm a mother to a bright 4-year-old kid. We have conversations all the time about why people are the way that they are. I teach her that you don't have to be everyone's friend, but you need to be a good human. You need to respect who someone wants to be, and you need to stand up for yourself. So when it's time for kindergarten, I want her to be in a school that fosters this mindset. The flag policy is founded on underlying tones of hate and division. It strays far from the mindset of being a good human. How many times has this board reiterated that children are watching and emphasized that we must be respectful to one another? Yet how many times was it stated that having a pride flag promoted an ideology instead of the identity that the flag represents? How many times did you emphasize that the word pride needs to be struck from the policy altogether so as not to confuse anyone of what type of pride you really mean? Our children are savvy. They're hearing all of this and they're getting the message. If you pass this policy, the message is this: we want to protect the fragility of those who don't acknowledge the LGBTQ+ identity. Stop making false correlations with lack of student achievement. Teachers don't use flags to exclude or to teach students how to be of a certain identity. Teachers use them to indicate safe spaces of learning and growth. I refuse to co-parent with people who infuse hateful rhetoric in AACPS. I do not want my child to enter a school building where she is under the impression that a person's identity is an ideology because of some fictional moral panic. Identity is not ideology. Freedom of speech is essential, and hate is not. If you pass this policy, it paves the way for other bans, as evidenced by districts around this nation. As a resident, as an educator, and as a mom, be a good human. Do not pass this policy. Thank you.
Ms. Smith.
Good afternoon, Dr. Bedell. I had the pleasure of meeting you at 2 of the Partners in Education events, and I welcome the opportunity to work with you acquiring businesses for paid internships. Thanks to each board member for the many hours of service that you have given us. I too served our students and parents by teaching high school and being a department chairperson for a total of 31 years. I saw the need for more teachers and substitute teachers in August when I watched the news. So during the past school year, I substituted for 3 and sometimes even 4 days the entire school year. I stand here before you representing 5,766 teachers, 83,163 K through 12 students, and approximately 130 parents, many of whom would like to make their feelings known, but they are afraid of the ramifications that might result. In all my years of teaching, I made my students feel welcome. I built relationships with them by greeting them at my classroom door and smiling at them and teaching them. And if I had to, yes, I did call their parents, but a lot of times I called their parents with compliments about how well they were improving. In preparing for this presentation, I researched our county on the MCAP. That stands for Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Programs in testing. In English, 10 counties in our state were higher than Anne Arundel County Public Schools. In 2022, English language arts, only 50.1% were proficient. In math, it dropped to 38.5% proficient. In English language proficiency assessment, 8.9%. We need to take action to spend more time on the basics of educating our children.
Thank you. All right, I'll call up the next group of speakers. Jaden Moore, India Oaks, Kevin McDonald, and Jaden Ferris. I'm sorry, what is that? Okay, but it's causing interference. Yeah, no, I know, but it's causing interference. Thank you.
Hello, board officials. I'm Jaden Moore. I'm a rising junior at Crofton High School. Last time I was here speaking to you, I heard some abysmal claims from people sitting in the very chairs you are all in. I want to now address the claims that the Trevor Project is an unreliable source. The Trevor Project is a nationally recognized source by the United States government and also has its own page on www.cdc.gov/LGBThealth/youth-resources.htm, talking about its importance as an organization. And do you want to know how I, as a 16-year-old boy, know that this is really true information? I know people who joined those statistics. I know people who attempted to join those statistics. Towards the end of freshman year, I lost someone who may not have been close with, but someone I knew well enough to know that they were a kind, funny, and imaginative person. I hold them near and dear to my heart, now knowing the consequences the stress of being a member of this marginalized group can bring. There have been nights where I stay awake for hours upon hours upon hours on the phone with my friends because they are contemplating suicide. I have to sit there and listen to all the pain that has been caused to them by people who are like some sitting in this very room. At one point in my life, I wanted to join these statistics. I was someone who felt like living in a world that hates the way I love wasn't worth it. I demand justice for my friends who I have lost or almost lost their lives because of ignorant people here. My friends couldn't feel safe in this world because people are stripping their rights and burning it in a pile in Pariser Plaza. I know you never heard it on national television, but tons and tons of people like me kill themselves every day because they cannot handle it anymore. They can't handle that people, even their parents, cannot support their beliefs
Please
because
summarize.
of a holy document written centuries ago. I please implore you to not pass this bill.
Thank you. Ms. Oakes?
India Oaks, Bates Middle School, subtle oppression is still oppression, as we saw back on August 24, 1954, when the Capitol reported the county would conduct a study before starting integration because, according to the superintendent, absorbing all the colored students at once would cause problems, and then May 11, 1957. The Capitol reports that Dr. Iris T. Allen was considering asking the board to speed up the integration process, to stop integrating one grade per year, speed up to now, and this policy would be another subtle form of oppression. Our teachers will find ways to decorate their classrooms to support all of their students, but setting a safe environment comes from the top. And our kids and staff will know when a principal denies a specific flag, which will set a climate of not being wanted, along with fear and doubt that the person running your school will not be there to protect you if needed. To this day, I still know the adults who respected me as a human being, along with the policies that were in place, and the principal who allowed those policies to be broken. When keeping me out of the advanced class in 4th grade because the teacher did not want me in her class, I never want a student, or a teacher, walking into school thinking other people do not want them there, or that they can never report anything because the principal already rejected them for how they were born. And just to close, when taking into account your trust for teachers and our kids, consider the words of the all-black Parole Elementary PTA, as reported by the Capitol on September 16, 1955, when it rejected the bias survey on integration, and said, any recommendations to the Board of Education should have inculcated in it the principle of equal rights for all in a system of public education.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald?
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Kevin McDonald. I have a daughter and son in the district. I'm here to strongly oppose the display of flags policy. The policy is a direct attack on our children. The pride flag is not political and it is not an ideology. The pride flag represents people, and in this case, our children. I served my country for 20 years and am now a retired veteran. This country is founded on equality. The Constitution says we the people, not we the people accept. I didn't swear an oath to stand idly by as groups of Americans are marginalized due to the unfounded fears of a few. The American flag stands proudly in our school and classrooms. It is not being removed or diminished in any way. We saw grown men in here a couple of weeks ago wearing shirts emblazoned with "This is my pride flag" under a picture of the American flag. Not only does that break the flag code, but was unacceptably disrespectful to our LGBTQ plus youth. Adults insulting children of a marginalized group is the antithesis of unity. When I spoke to my daughter about this policy, she was devastated. She said there are pride flags on the walls of many of her classes. What scares me the most about this policy are the empty walls. Students have seen these flags. They know where they are located, what parts of the hallway or classroom they are in. If passed, when they return to school in the fall, those locations will be bare. To those children, those walls and that support will be gone. It will be gone. So let me ask you this. Who is going to tell them why? When a student asks where the pride flags are gone, because they will, who is going to explain to them that the school can no longer support them in that manner? Will the board tell them, or will it be left to the teachers and administrators to tell them, tarnishing the relationships that they've built with these children? When you cast your vote today, I want you to think about August 28th, when our children walk back into school after summer break. Will they see hallways that still support them, or will they see empty walls? If you vote for this policy, you're responsible for how a child will feel when they realize they are now alone and unsupported.
Thank you. Mr. Ferris.
For the record, Jaden Ferris. I'm a recent graduate of AACPS. I am speaking today against the proposed flag policy. I've spoken to this board previously about how representation can save lives. That fact remains true today. This proposed policy is not about creating a more neutral school environment, as some exclaim, but rather a smokescreen for a deeper agenda, one that silences and erases the voices of queer and marginalized students. Those who support this policy are using fear and anxiety to spread the false narrative that the LGBTQI+ community is somehow trying to indoctrinate children. These claims are not only false, but they are harmful. We must not allow people to use fear-mongering to silence queer voices. We must create schools that are inclusive for all students. Our words have power. They can be used to build up or to tear down, to heal or to harm. The words that you use to describe queer identities matter. When you paint queer identities as ideologies, you are sending the message that we are somehow a threat. To say this is to deny the lived experiences of millions of people, including the youth that you represent. It is to say that our very existence is somehow political, and it's to say that we're not welcome in our communities and that we have to justify our right to exist. We must stand together to defeat the true ideology at hand, the ideology of intolerance and hate. The future of our school depends on the choices that we make today. We can choose to create schools that are safe and inclusive for all, where all students feel like they belong and can thrive, or we can choose to create schools that are divisive and hostile. As Elie Wiesel said, we must take a stand. Neutrality favors the oppressor. Here is where you can take a stand. Today is the day where we see who you align yourself with. The choice is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking on item 7.05, policy, don't go anywhere, Ms. Oaks. Policy revision, first reading, special education programs for students with disabilities, code IFF.
India Oaks Bates Middle School. I will keep this short for the first reading of Policy IFF. I just had 3 points to highlight in the current draft. First and foremost, I think it is important to make it clear either in training or in a written definition that any reference to the phrase, to the maximum extent appropriate, is about the maximum extent appropriate to meet the individual student needs, and not the maximum extent that the school system thinks it is capable of providing, which has been referenced in various court cases to achieve the core meaning of having a free, appropriate public education. Words matter. So second, under item C, 4, I am asking that you remove the words, based on the belief, and insert the word, given or something that means given, because it is not just a belief, but a fact, that every child, regardless of who they are or where they come from, can learn and succeed with the support and collaboration of everyone involved. And finally, under item C, 5, I am asking that you remove the words, with peers without disabilities, because the point of this item is for students with disabilities to participate in all aspects of school life, whether with any student, staff, or whoever else is in that room or on that field or at that bus stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, we will now be moving to virtual public comment. Mr. Silkworth is getting ready to set up for that. All right, so the speaker who was going to speak virtually is not available today. So we will be moving on now to section 4, reports. We will begin with item 4.01, TAC report.
Good afternoon, President Tobin, Vice President Silkworth, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Bedell. My name is Christina Corona. I'm the Vice President of the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County. This summer, our members are resting a bit easier with more financial security, knowing we have a contract in place with the biggest salary increases in many years. We appreciate Dr. Bedell's advocacy in helping to bring our salaries up from the bottom third toward the top third in the state. We still have work to do, so we look forward to our next round of bargaining, which will remake our salary scales to meet blueprint requirements as well as make them competitive. In the meantime, we are sympathetic to the urgent need to recruit educators. Even with these significant salary increases, beginning teacher salaries would have been about $53,000, still thousands of dollars behind surrounding counties. None of us want a repeat of last year in which we began the school year with hundreds of vacancies. This is why TAC recently agreed to utilize additional county funding to raise next year's starting teacher salaries to just over $58,000. However, we want to remind you that Anne Arundel County doesn't solely have a recruitment issue. We have a retention issue. Right now, the July 15th deadline for resignations is looming. The recent effort to increase the beginning teacher salary has left veteran teachers feeling once again forgotten and undervalued. We urge you to work with us to ensure that we are remaining competitive across every single step of the salary scale. Show your loyalty, show your loyal, experienced educators that you value our expertise and years of service. Now, last week, 14 fellow TAC members and I were in Orlando at the National Education Association Representative Assembly. Holding NE's annual meeting in Florida this year was not without controversy due to the current efforts there to limit the freedom of educators to teach and the freedom of students to learn. In contrast, we are very fortunate here in Anne Arundel County, where we have an affirming LGBTQ+ policy, assert that Black Lives Matter, and have an equity policy implemented to reduce opportunity gaps. Policy IS on the display of flags, if approved today, would be in direct contradiction to these very efforts. This is why in June, during our representative assembly, TAC members voted to oppose this unnecessary policy. We urge you to continue the status quo and trust us, your educators, with the ability to make decisions about creating welcoming learning environments, ensuring all of our students, including our most marginalized, feel seen and valued. Some argue that educators can create welcoming spaces without flags. While we certainly can't claim that flags are the only way to do this, flags in fact do make a difference. If they didn't, none of us would be here today. From my own experience as a gay person, when I enter into new spaces, I notice if there are pride flags. They immediately put me at ease, telling me that I am welcome. If I, as a 44-year-old adult, use these flags to help me navigate the world, imagine how much more our LGBTQ plus youth need them. The same holds true for our Black students and the Black Lives Matter flag. As a white teacher working in a majority Black school, I'm acutely aware of the need for my students to know that when they enter my classroom, they are in a space that validates their identity. The intentional omission in this policy regarding which flags constitute a bona fide educational purpose means that it would also have the consequence of limiting other flags, such as international flags. When I walk into our school's PPW office, I know my colleague's Colombian flag, a reminder of his home country, helps him make connections with the students he serves, including our ESOL students. If this policy is passed, what message will we be sending to our students when they return in the fall, realizing that the flags previously displayed that represent both their own identities as well as other identities are no longer allowed in ACPS? From those claiming that the U.S. flag is the only one necessary, we believe these additional flags do not diminish the U.S. flags that already hang in our classrooms. They, in fact, enhance the stars and stripes. These other flags are a confirmation that in this country, we are one nation that is indivisible, not in spite of our differences, but through our embrace of our diversity. Some argue that we do not need to keep the classroom ideologically neutral. We agree that classrooms must be places that allow for students' free expression of thought, the essence of the learning process. As educators, we know how much feeling safe and connected matters. We don't expect students to be ready to learn when they come to school hungry. So how can we expect them to take intellectual risks when they are uncertain about whether or not they are accepted for who they are? This is where we cannot be neutral. The flags educators want to display in their classrooms are not for advancing political ideology, but rather affirming our students' inherent human dignity. It is in this context, as Elie Wiesel argued, that we must take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. These additional flags give us the ability to build community by affirming the diversity of our students while rejecting intolerance. Policy IS is contrary to this county's values. It will make AACPS less inclusive. We urge you to vote no.
Thank you. That brings us to item 4.02, President's Report. I have no report today, so that brings us to item 4.03, Policy Committee Report. Ms. Dent.
Good afternoon, Dr. Tobin and members of the board. The Policy Committee met on last Tuesday, and we had a very interesting meeting. I am happy that today we will be able to talk about the first reading for our special education program with students with disabilities, which is near and dear to my heart. I think the policy, as you will see, is please feel free to make the necessary recommendations to the policies and also make any amendments that you want, as the policy will be out and posted for the next 30 days for the second reading. Subject to that, that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Dent. That takes us to item 4.04, the Superintendent's Report. Dr. Bedell.
Thank you, Madam President. I have two items that I want to touch on today in the Superintendent's Report. First, our summer camps and summer school programs began last week and are now in full swing. Our summer camps are in place at 20 schools and a number of non-school locations run by partner organizations. More than 10,000 students are receiving a mix of academic enrichment and fun tailored to their interests or areas of interest. Additionally, more than 2,500 students are taking part in secondary summer school programs to gain remedial credit for courses. Summer school graduation is set for August 10th, and I'm looking forward to seeing more students receive their high school diplomas at that time. Finally, we're really proud of the work that continues to happen in our finance department. I want to highlight the work of all of the members of our team in our financial operations office, whose work has earned the Government Finance Officers Association Certificate of Achievement. This award reflects our commitment to sound financial stewardship. And just so that everyone doesn't underestimate that commitment, this is the 40th consecutive year our team has earned the award. So I ask that we thank all of them, and I know Mr. Stansky is somewhere in here on the corner, and he's just done a phenomenal job, not only leading our finances, but serving as our interim chief operating officer. And you're going to hear from him in a few minutes when we get to the redistricting agenda. So thank you all. Great job, Madam President. That concludes my report.
Ms. Ellis, I see a light.
I just wanted to comment that I had the opportunity to be at Arlington Echo a few days ago and see kids, the picture that was up there in their vests with their paddles, getting ready to take to the water. And what really struck me was when we asked the students about themselves, they represented most of the high schools in the county. And I thought that was really cool.
That's right.
Yeah, that was exciting. Ms. Frank, you turned your light on.
Yeah, just super briefly. I would like to be invited to the graduation. I would definitely want to attend, so please keep us updated on that.
Yeah, didn't you offer remarks last year at that
No,
event?
not last year. I
There we
tried
go.
to,
It's
but
on.
there we go. Thank you.
Okay,
I had tried to, but I couldn't make it. But I definitely want to make it this year.
we'll make sure that happens.
All right, thank you. Okay, that brings us to presentations. Item 5.01, Superintendent's Recommendation on Phase 1 Redistricting North. Dr. Bedell.
All right, thank you, Madam President. The superintendent's recommendation on Phase 1 redistricting, you all have a copy of it, and we're going to have staff that will take us through this process. But I have a couple of items that I need to mention to this school board, the members of this community who are here, around the enormous amount of work that has taken place to get us to where we are. So I faced early on in my tenure a very difficult decision that we had to make around redistricting. And what I have said to this community is we wanted to do everything to operate with transparency. You will hear that in our remarks. But also, what you may not hear in my remarks is that people have to redistrict for two reasons. Generally, it's either you are experiencing an enrollment decline that results in you having to consolidate and close schools, which is not a healthy thing for communities because that ultimately results in property that now has to be managed and generally contributes to blight communities. But then you still have to create this level of discomfort to move people around. So it's not a good situation any way you look at it. Or you're in a situation where you have to redistrict because there's a lot of interest in your school system. People are moving in and you have to balance schools to address overcrowding, which is where we find ourselves here in Anne Arundel County, which is a good problem, but it's still a bad situation because people move into certain neighborhoods to go to certain schools, and that then creates a level of discomfort. We also talked about the fact that this needed to be done in two phases, just because of the significant amount of stress that trying to do whole district redistricting would put on the school system, whether it's transportation, whether it's shuffling of educators, or the amount of students that have to move at one time. We also know that with that comes constraints. One of the constraints that it inserts, or one of the realities, is that some families will have to be touched twice. And we recognize that that will be the case. But in all sincerity, what you're going to hear about today is that we really did do our due diligence. We really inserted significant transparency in this process. Nobody can say they didn't know about it, because otherwise you just didn't want to know about it. We put it out there. So let me go on ahead and read my statement, and then we'll pass it over to Matt and Kyle to take us through the presentation. This has been an enormous amount of work on the part of a lot of people, and I am grateful for their efforts to get us to this point. I want to thank Mr. Stansky, Mr. Roof, and the entire team for looking over every piece of input we received and working tirelessly with our consultant to try to see if it was something we could incorporate into this recommendation. As you will see, there have been some significant changes from the two potential scenarios presented by our consultant. We have promised that this will be a transparent process, and today is just the next step in that process. Later today, my recommendation and a number of resources related to it will be posted online at www.aacps.org/redistricting. We will open another portal for public comment so this board can have more input as it decides what proposal or proposals to take to public hearing. These are difficult decisions. There are a few things in education more emotional for families than changing the schools their students attend. I understand that, but I also understand the crucial need to optimize the use of our school buildings. Also, given the fact that Anne Arundel County is projected to be the fastest growing school district in the state over the next 10 years, we have to do this. It is important to note that every point in our internal deliberations to date, we have put the interests of children first in every decision we have made. I will reiterate that. Children first, and you will hear that. I am proud of the work that has been done to get us to this point, and I look forward to the process that remains as we come up with a final plan in November to address the first phase of this redistricting process. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Stansky and Mr. Roof to present the recommendation.
Thank you, Dr. Bell, Dr. Tobin, members of the board. For the record, Matt Stansky, Chief Financial Officer.
Kyle Roof, Director of Facilities.
All right, we're going to walk you through the superintendent's recommendation this afternoon. What we're going to do is we're going to start with just an overview of the process to date. Then we'll walk you through the scenarios that the consultant had put together that we put online starting in February, scenarios 1 and 2. We'll give you an overview of our community engagement, get you some data and some statistics around that engagement, and we will walk you through the superintendent's recommendation, and we'll go through next steps. All right, we're going to take about 10 seconds. You'll hear a lot of acronyms in this presentation, so for the board and the public, just wanted to have give you the ability to review some of the main acronyms that you may or may not hear, and so we'll take about 5 to 10 seconds to just look that over. All right, let's talk about the overview. So what are the guiding documents and principles that we're using? There's really, two main areas, which is board policy JAA and the regulation that accompanied that, along with education article section 4-109. And really what we're looking for here is, it says up on the screen, to establish an equitable process for the determination of the geographic school attendance areas in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. So Dr. Bedell talked a little bit about why we're doing this, but why are we doing this? Obviously, we mentioned we're projected to be the fastest growing district in the state over the next decade. We also currently at the moment have 16,000 available seats. That means we do not have enough enrollment for the number of available seats that we have, so we need to right size. Obviously, with the blueprint coming, we have two big changes, and our use of facilities will be altered as well. Main areas really surrounding pre-K enhancements and expansion, as well as the blueprint calls for additional teachers due to planning time, and we're going to need spaces for those teachers. So it's really critical that we balance our enrollments and maximize the available space that we have. What's really started all this was coming online in the 24-25 school year will be two new schools, West County Elementary School along with Old Mill West High School. Another reason to do this really is to maximize our CIP dollars. The state, the first question they ask when you're asking for a new project or a renovation dollars is, are you utilizing your existing facilities to the best of your ability? And so going through this process will give us the opportunity to say yes to that question when we meet with state officials. And really over the last decade, specifically around the Old Mill Master Plan, we've done a lot of construction. And so this is a good timing as where we are in that process to, again, realign students with buildings to maximize those construction dollars that we've been getting. So the study area for the northern part of the redistricting encompassed 58 schools.
Is there a way you can adjust that so I may be able to read it?
Sir, this is what we can put up at this point.
I understand, but it's kind of like a blind person, I don't think, could read it.
My apologies, sir. I don't think there's anything we can. Yeah. It'll go online later today, so you'll be able to read it then.
Why don't you look behind over here? It's bigger right behind you. Oh, thank you.
Okay, problem solved. Continue, please continue,
No problem.
Mr. Stansky.
Yes. Out of the 126 schools in the district, we studied 58. We did, again, 2 new schools, West County Elementary and Old Mill West High School. And out of our approximately 84,000 pupils, we looked at 41,586, and that is given the current school year. So let's talk about the process we've gone through to date. The administration back in September of 21 issued and advertised an RFP for a consultant to help with redistricting. That this board approved that consultant in November of 2021. In January of 22, policy JAA was revised by this board and approved, which is then became the guiding document for our process moving forward. An initial presentation on a redistricting timeline and process was presented in September of 2022, and then a revised process and presentation was given in January of 2023. In February of 2023, the web tool with the 2 proposed scenarios from the WXY consultants was released. We gathered feedback for the next 3 months, and then staff gave a series of recommendations to the superintendent and the leadership team. We also, this board, at the last board meeting, approved the 2023 Education Facilities Master Plan, which was the latest available data we then used to put our recommendation together. And today you're now hearing our recommendation. And then moving forward, will be a workshop later in July. In the August meeting, the board will select options to take to public hearing. Those public hearings and briefings will be held in September and October. And we have a target approval date of November 2023 for implementation in the 2024-2025 school year. With that, we're now going to walk you through scenarios 1 and 2, and I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Roof, and he will walk you through that.
So the primary mission of the study was to define the attendance area for the new Old Mill West High School and West County Elementary School. The study focuses on the county's northern high school clusters, including Chesapeake, Glen Burnie, Meade, North County, Northeast, and Old Mill High Schools. WXY produced boundary scenarios using both its redistricting model based on Markov chain Monte Carlo simulation software and manual edits. All boundary changes developed by the consultant in the boundary scenarios were individually reviewed by WXY and AACPS. The boundary scenarios included a set of shared assumptions. We wanted to improve utilizations as much as possible so that they fell within the 70 to 100% target utilization range. We wanted to reduce the number of schools that exceeded 100% and get as few schools as possible under the 60% utilization threshold. That's the boundary for state funding. We wanted to remove island assignments. This essentially means rezoning to make an individual school's attendance zone so that it is contiguous and it removes other portions that may be embedded in other boundaries. We wanted to preserve feeder patterns as much as possible, minimize distance traveled as much as possible, while also maximizing the number of pupils in the walk zone. We wanted to account for new development within those attendance areas, preserve the current grade bands. Examples of that would be to maintain the pre-K through 5 at elementary schools, middle schools 6 through 8, and high schools 9 through 12. We wanted to account for out-of-area enrollments. This includes magnet students and other pupils of choice. and holding those enrollments constant at those schools. And we also wanted to use the data from the 22-23 pupil data to determine estimated pupil counts. So each scenario takes a different approach to optimizing boundaries for the new facilities and other key metrics. The current slide shows key metrics relative to the existing school boundaries. Both scenarios significantly reduce the number of overutilized schools. If no boundary changes are implemented, the district is estimated to have 13 overutilized schools. Under scenarios 1 and 2, that number is reduced to 0. Both scenarios significantly reduce distances to school for elementary school kids. In scenario 1, the reduction of daily miles traveled for elementary schools is over 1,900 miles. Scenario 1 achieves the largest improvement in distances to school overall. Conversely, middle and high school students increase their distances under both scenarios. Scenario 2 rezones slightly fewer pupils. Scenario 2 rezones 19% of pupils in the non-terminal grades, which is about 6,700 students total. In both scenarios, the most impact to student assignments is at the middle school level. At the high school level, most student reassignments are contributed to the Old Mill West High School. Articulation patterns for scenario 1 are shown up on the screen. Gray lines indicate no change to the feeder patterns, while blue lines indicate a change to the feeder pattern, and tan indicate a split articulation. In scenario 1, 2 split articulations are introduced. George Cromwell Elementary students are zoned to both Corcoran Middle School and Marley Middle School. MacArthur Middle School students living in the Frank Hebron Harmon Elementary School zone are rezoned to Old Mill West High School rather than Meade High School. When we look at scenario 1 utilizations, we see a reduction in overcrowded schools and a more balanced utilization within the study area. Please note the bottom of the screen where we list the estimated utilizations if no boundary changes are implemented. 13 schools are projected to be over capacity. In scenario 2, 1 split articulation is introduced, affecting 2 feeder patterns. MacArthur Middle School students living in the Frank Hebron Harmon Elementary School and Van Bachlen Elementary School zones are rezoned to Old Mill West High School rather than to Meade High School. Scenario 2 offers similar improvements to overcrowding and a balanced enrollment within that study area. Our transportation division compared both scenarios. They compared the number of existing walkers from scenario 1 and 2 and found that there was no significant difference between those 2 scenarios. When they compared the estimated walkers from the scenarios to our current numbers, there are about 200 more bus riders under both scenarios. Next, the division compared both scenarios to our current bus routes. Both scenarios increased the need for bus transportation within that study area, and it is estimated that 4 additional units would be required to transport those students under both scenarios. So engagement was an important process in this endeavor. The web tool was introduced in February 2023. The initial comment period extended until early June. During that time, we received 33,000 unique website users, 86,000 website page views, 15,000 unique address searches, 2,200 survey responses, and approximately 500 map comment reviews. You can see that during that initial launch period, we received the most activity, and then periodically throughout that period, we had press releases where the engagement increased. So the graphic shown up on the screen shows the location of 15,000 address searches. The top 5 attendance areas searched included Old Mill, Glen Burnie, Northeast, Severna Park, which was not part of this study, and then Chesapeake. Over 2,000 survey results were collected and reviewed. Chesapeake recorded 807 results, followed by Old Mill and Glen Burnie. In reviewing the survey results, 25% cited distance to school as their top priority. Feeder pattern and overutilization were tied for second. Similar priority rankings were noted in the individual clusters shown on the right side of the screen. Close to 500 map comments were reviewed. Users of the web tool were provided the opportunity to add up to 6 comments and they added scores to each scenario and map location. These scores ranged from most negative to most positive. Boundary comments tended to be highly clustered in space and sentiment. As such, boundary comments provide an indication of which boundary decision that are most popular or unpopular. Neither scenario received a net positive approval rating. But overall, scenario 2 retained a more favorable rating throughout the entire engagement period. So after reviewing the comments and information gained through the public engagement period and updating the data set with information from the 2023 Educational Facilities Master Plan, the superintendent, with the assistance of the executive team and our planning staff, created the following recommendation. So the screen shows key metrics for the 2 scenarios presented in the web tool, as well as the superintendent's recommendation noted as S. The largest difference come from the distance traveled and assignment stability. The superintendent's recommendation lowers overall distance traveled and reduces the number of rezoned students relative to scenarios 1 and 2. At the same time, the plan provides similar overall utilization rates. No school in this plan is projected to be over capacity. A summary of utilization rates for the superintendent's recommendation are shown on the screen. As previously noted, all schools within the study area are projected to not exceed capacity. So scenario 2 boundaries were utilized as the starting point for the superintendent's recommendation. At the elementary school level, a notable boundary adjustment that differs from scenario 2 is in the Meade cluster, circled up on the screen. Many of the students in the area circled live within the Fort Meade boundary and community. This group indicated a strong desire to stay at an on-base elementary school. In response to this feedback, scenario 2 boundaries for Seven Oaks, Manorview, and Pershing Hill were adjusted. The heat map shows utilization categories. The utilization at Seven Oaks is being reduced from 89% in scenario 2 to 74% in the superintendent's recommendation, while Manorview and Pershing Hill utilization numbers are in the mid-80s. For middle school boundary adjustments, the notable difference between scenario 2 and the superintendent's is an articulation pattern at Freetown Elementary School. In response to feedback, a review of distance traveled to school, and an evaluation of transportation studies related to the Mountain Road corridor, the superintendent's recommendation keeps Freetown at Marley Middle School and within the Glen Burnie High School cluster through high school. This change reduces the utilization of Chesapeake Bay Middle School to 59%, and raises Marley Middle School's utilization to 86. The reduced utilization at Chesapeake Bay Middle School presents an opportunity to review future use of the space for administrative workspace or storage. At the high school level, the superintendent's recommendation makes additional adjustments to the articulation patterns. Following middle school at Corcoran, students who live within the Oakwood and Woodside Elementary School boundaries will attend Old Mill High School. Students who live within Freetown Elementary School will continue to attend Glen Burnie High School. These adjustments proposed by the superintendent lower the utilization at Chesapeake High School and increase Glen Burnie High School and Old Mill High School, but they keep them with well utilized or optimally utilized. Overall, the superintendent's recommendation includes 2 split articulations to help balance the secondary school enrollments. In the superintendent's recommendation, 2 split articulations are introduced. At MacArthur Middle School, students living in the Frank Hebron Harmon Elementary and Van Bachlen Elementary School zone are rezoned to Old Mill West High School rather than Meade High School. And Corcoran Middle School students living in the Oakwood and Woodside Elementary School zone are rezoned to Old Mill High School rather than Glen Burnie High School. Once again, our transportation division compared the superintendent's recommendation to scenarios 1 and 2, and there was no significant difference between the scenarios. They compared the estimated walkers from the superintendent's recommendation to our current numbers, and again, there were about 200 more bus riders under the new scenarios. This is primarily due to the articulation pattern adjustments made at North County and Glen Burnie. So next, the Transportation Division compared the superintendent's recommendation to our current bus routes. Under the recommendation, there is an increased need for bus transportation within the study area, and it's estimated that 4 additional units would be required to transport students. This is the same number under scenarios 1 and 2.
All right. So we did have a long discussion about legacy students, and the superintendent is recommending implementing that where students, where they enter the 12th grade, will have the option to remain at their existing high school that they are currently assigned. So these are for students who would be rezoned to a new high school. They're entering the 12th grade. We will give them the opportunity to stay at their existing high school. Two big caveats here. First is they would need to register in our what we're calling legacy student transfer portal so that we know where their option is. But I think more importantly, that they would not be provided transportation. They would have to be able to transport themselves to and from school. And this is just, again, due to our lack of infrastructure around our capacity to essentially do double runs into all of these communities, since it's such a large redistricting that we're entering into. So that is going to be a recommendation in this proposal. And then for magnet students, just to reiterate that magnet students already assigned via lottery into those schools will be able to stay in their magnet school, even if their home high school or middle school, they were rezoned to a different school. So we will continue to honor those commitments for magnet students. Next steps, we've talked a little bit about this, but to reiterate, we will be reopening the comment period right after this presentation today. And then we'll have a workshop on the 26th where we'll do a deeper dive for the board and the community, and obviously a lot of Q&A on that during that meeting. And then ultimately on the 23rd of August, the board will have to vote to select which option or options to take to public hearing. Those hearings and briefings will happen in September and October with a target vote date of November 15th, 2023. And And obviously, we want to, this would take effect in the 24-25 school year. With that, Madam President, turn it back over to you, and we are happy to answer any questions you or the board may have.
Thank you. Thank you for that extensive presentation. I'm just going to go in roll call order around the dais and see who has questions. I believe we're starting with Ms. Schallheim today. Ms. Schallheim.
First, I want to thank you, your teams, Dr. Bedell, for the immense amount of work that has gone into this process so far, from fielding the tens of thousands of questions and comments and feedback to preparing what I think is, at least at first blush, and it's going to take us all a lot of time to digest all the intricacies of this, but at first blush seems to be a very well considered plan. So I thank all of you. I do have a couple really quick questions. So firstly, did any of the possible redistricting decisions coming down the road in phase 2 influence decisions made in phase 1?
Nope. We were phase 1 focused the whole time.
Okay. And I understand the move not to put additional cars and burden on the Mountain Road corridor, and I'm definitely in support of that. But it does, actually, I think I have 3 really quick questions. So this is the second, and then I'll get to the third. So if that being the case, it brings the utilization number in that middle school to under that 60% threshold. What are the plans to make sure the state doesn't then prohibit future capital projects?
As Mr. Roof alluded to, we'll look at potential administrative use of that space or storage, which, that would then alter the state rated capacity of that building to get it above the 60%. But no firm plans in place as of yet, but that's obviously would be the next step if the board were to vote positive on the superintendent's recommendation.
Which is a great way to address that issue, if those schools being at the end of a peninsula. Then the third and last question I have is, and I won't need a second round for this for me. If Mountain Road spontaneously gets fixed, whatever that were to mean, what would then that mean for folks whose boundaries might then be changed? I'm specifically speaking about suburban parts.
Well, at a minimum, they'd have a better, safer road to drive on.
This is
and
true.
That's really, again, we were very focused on phase 1. And so I don't think it would be proper for me to speculate on any potential future what ifs until we get to that point.
All right, fantastic. This is lovely, and thank you for all the hard work that's gone into it. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Dent.
So as always, great presentation. I echo Ms. Schallheim's comments, but I have some questions. The first one deals with the scenario 1 for the elementary schools, particularly the transportation issue. When we say we need 4 additional buses, have we mapped out? Well, let me just ask a different question. Is the area that you're going to need the buses in George Cromwell to get to Gamblenny and Hepburn Harmon to get to Old Mill? Is that where we're going to be? Is that the shortfall for the buses? Because it says at the end that you'll need 4 additional buses.
So I'll pull up the slide with transportation review. So our transportation department looked at each feeder pattern, including the Old Mill West cluster under both scenarios 1 and 2. On the bottom right of the screen, you can see on a high-level review, they indicated that 4 more buses would be needed at Chesapeake students being rezoned in Glen Burnie, Meade, and North County would reduce the number required there. While at Old Mill High School, the majority of those buses are essentially flipping, right, to Old Mill West. So when you add up all those numbers, overall, it's a additional 4 buses.
Okay, what has stuck out to me was the Old Mill West 47 more. That's all. I just wanted clearance.
Yeah, 47 more is just a new cluster. So there's no Old Mill West cluster right now. So we have to put buses into that cluster.
Okay, so my question though is 4 additional buses is only needed for Chesapeake.
And this is in scenario 1. This is what we're not recommending scenario 1. So this is based on what the consultant put together for scenario 1. But
Got
yes, it that was related to the in that scenario, Freetown moving to Chesapeake Bay Middle and Chesapeake High
That's what I'm
School.
asking.
That's where those buses would be needed at in that cluster.
I'm asking this question because I don't want the new transportation problem. That's
Oh.
why.
Yep.
So that's why I'm asking. And then the last one is that on the very last slide, second to last slide, I talked about the high school students. So I am very sensitive to high school. My children moved around more times than my daughter did, 3 different high schools. So I understand when students have the option or saying they want the option. When they're ultimately we're saying we got to move this around, and then our seniors get the opportunity to choose, right, on whether
Correct.
they want to stay. But we can't provide them the transportation. Dr. Bedell, I would ask that we just look at that scenario just a little bit more closely, because high school plus senior year is a lot. It's a lot of stress. Most of the children will probably, or students will probably have transportation, but then there's the ones that don't. And those are the ones that I worry about. I was an overbearing parent, so my children didn't get cars and didn't get the chance to drive. Go figure, right? But I am concerned about the 12th grade, students entering the 12th grade. I know most of them, if not all, will want to remain at their current high school. And so that poses a second set of cars on the road during, the school hours and that kind of stuff. So I just want to think through that a little bit more. And that's it. That's
Yeah.
it for me.
So let me respond to that. I think it's important for the public to hear a little bit of our reasoning behind this. We have not engaged in redistricting to the magnitude of what we're doing right now. So when we did Crofton, we were able to provide transportation because we're talking about one cluster, not multiple clusters being involved. And so under regular circumstances, probably a double route could potentially be doable, but it's, even if we were fully staffed, it's just not feasible given the scope of what we're doing right now with the number of students that are being touched. So I mean, I'm open to having conversation, but we did consider that, Ms. Dent, and we just said 41,000 kids potentially impacted, a number of, new schools coming online really made that something that I just don't see how we can get around it, but we will definitely be open to any thoughts and ideas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lynn.
I think this is a good presentation. Thank you for all the information. I don't have any questions at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Silkworth.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Patel, Matt, Stancy, Congress. When I first read this not too long ago, I was absolutely amazed. This is a very complicated thing. I am so happy about all the work that you put into this, the creativity that's involved with this. And we're going to have a workshop on this. So we need to take a deeper dive into this. I will express that I am happy about the choice about the legacy students. But I'm a little concerned about the potential that maybe they'd have to provide their own transportation. But again, we have to take a good, deeper dive into this. But this is absolutely marvelous. And we all know that, as Dr. Badal had indicated, that we haven't had such a comprehensive redistricting throughout my entire career. When I read this, it just made it so much easier for me to kind of understand it. So my heartfelt thanks to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silkworth. Ms. Frank?
Yes, thank you. So when we received this information in advance, I was trying to look at what the superintendent's recommendation would be, and I got, very intrigued, and I didn't want to reach out just yet because there were so many charts and graphs and squiggly lines that I wanted to make sure I understood the full presentation before sending my thanks, but I will now. So thank you very much for all of your hard work. I know a lot of folks from the Chesapeake cluster were very concerned, to Mrs. Schallheim's point. They've been trying for at least the 40 years that I've been alive to fix Mountain Road and haven't succeeded yet. So I highly, highly suspect that will continue in that particular vein. I do appreciate the references to what a dangerous road it is and why it was important not to send so many more cars down the corridor. I do appreciate that you looked at that. One sort of point that I wanted to make about CBMS, if we make an administrative workspace, we take it out of essentially circulation. It has an A side and a B side. Have we considered consolidating the one wing into the other?
Yeah, so Chesapeake Bay Middle School is a
Very
mirror
unique.
image of Magathie Severn. So it's essentially two middle schools in one. And that would open up additional space for, like Matt was talking about, administrative or storage. So we could look at that. But again, no definite plans have been established.
I guess what I'm saying is if you moved the 8th grade side into the other side, would you have an entire wing, or are you looking at like just a few areas to shave off? Like
We haven't
looked
dove
at
that deep yet.
All right. Just I would definitely want to be kept updated on that. I think this is a great opportunity to reallocate space, and I'm just curious as to how you would do it. But other than that, I'm very impressed with this presentation, and I'm very, very appreciative on behalf of District 3.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. Thank you for a great presentation. I do have a few questions. First one that jumped out at me when you mentioned the blueprint. Will the blueprint change the determination of capacity, since we'll need more space for teachers in order to meet the requirements? Has anyone thought that part through yet? And do we need action in the state legislature to address that?
So state rated capacity is pretty prescriptive as far as the formula that we use to calculate that, classrooms versus non-classrooms, and then based on the different levels that would get adjusted. So depending on the programming that is in an individual school, that could adjust the SRC or state rated capacity based on what programs are put in there. Pre-K, for example, has a lower state rated capacity for a classroom versus a 1 through 5 classroom. So if you added pre-K to schools and you took away a regular classroom, it would essentially reduce the capacity. So there's different ways.
But the blueprint has essentially made more requirements of our space. And have there been adjustments as a result to the formula of state rated capacity? And so should we be getting with our legislators about that?
Again, the state rated capacity only accounts for classrooms. So if you're using those for planning space, they wouldn't be counted as a classroom and your capacity would get reduced. I think the way it's already written allows for that adjustment.
Okay. All right. So if we were to use one of our buildings for administrative, that would reduce the capacity.
Yep.
Okay. That answers that. Thank you. And then, so the scenarios, I assume included all anticipated development, right? Because there will be population adjustments. So that's been factored in going how far into the future?
We looked at major developments. Not every single development was accounted for, but the major developments within that northern redistricting area were evaluated based on build out, and our target year was really 2031.
Okay. And then here's the biggie for me, and I expressed concerns about 2 phases, right? Because drawing a line between north and south I think ties our hands a little bit in being fully comprehensive and fully balancing our facilities. So, so in order to be fully comprehensive and maximize the balancing of our school facilities, I imagine those schools or communities on the southern border of phase 1 could be impacted in phase 2. Correct? Is that correct?
Yes, that's a correct assumption to make.
Okay. And then I heard phase 2 was not in any way considered for phase 1. Is phase 2 going to get that same treatment? Are we not going to consider what's already happened in phase 1 as we try to meet the needs of the southern part of the county? In other words, someone on that southern border of phase 1, well, we just moved them, so maybe we shouldn't move them now. And I'm not advocating for moving families twice. I have concerns with the 2-phase process, but I am concerned that the southern part of the county gets the same level of consideration. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but there's one very difficult piece. You had to start somewhere.
Mhm.
So it could have been the opposite, that we started with the group of schools in scenario 2, not taking into consideration what we've done in scenario 1, right? But ultimately, that means the same process applies, right? You're going to have to, because you're doing a second phase, there are boundary lines that have to be touched. I mean, there's no way that you're going to be able to avoid that. I don't want to have to move a family twice, but I've been adamant from the first day that you all brought it to my attention that families are going to have to be touched twice out of this. There's no way that you can get around it. So that statement is one that we cannot honor, even though we want to. I cannot honor that, because we know when we look at phase 2 and how the lines are drawn to balance the system, there's going to be some additional movement for certain families, and there's no way around that, Ms. Ellis.
So I get that. Just so people understand what I envision as a possible solution, but you might be too far down the road for this, was to take all the critical areas, the schools that are busting at the seams, and move them outwards, knowing that we're going to crowd some other schools for a couple of years, knowing that students are then going to move out who were not already moved, right? That would have avoided moving families twice. I just want to make sure that that the southern part of the county gets the same treatment as the northern part of the county.
I would just say, Ms. Ellis, we would use board policy and regulation as our guiding document for phase 2, just like we did phase 1. And in phase 2, it does not, in the policy or reg, it does not mention don't touch families twice, right? So we would try to minimize it where we could, but we would, I think the board policy specifically outlines the metrics to use in determining boundaries, and we would stick to those metrics.
Okay, thank you. And finally, I just really want to encourage public participation. We're suddenly obviously there's been lots of input, and that's great, and that definitely informs a lot. I know it informed the superintendent's recommended plan here. But it is next month, late August, that any plans that will be brought forward for consideration have to be figured out by then. So it is now that if you have seen what the scenarios are and what's being recommended, if you have concerns, now's the time to voice them, because there needs to be time to tweak or develop any other scenarios before we finalize this, right?
And I would encourage folks after this meeting, later this afternoon, that website noted up on the screen right now will be active. The web tool and the same format or similar format to what we had prior will be available. We're going to be utilizing the map comment function. So at the bottom right of the screen, there'll be a little red or orangish color box that says comment. Click on that, click on the map, and you can provide us geolocated information on any of concerns that you have.
Can we get a communication out to families, sort of saying, okay, the recommendation has been made, it's sort of bullet point, here's where it is, and now is your opportunity, if you have concerns, to weigh in. I know it's hard to get people to engage in the summer, but like you said, Dr. Bedell, you can't say you didn't have input once the scenarios are taken to the public late August.
We are planning a Bob Mosier, Chief Communications Officer. We're planning a communication this afternoon and have plans to repeat that communication in the coming weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell.
No mercy.
Thank you guys very much. Very thorough and exactly what I expected. As was reported earlier. I too had questions about the SRC, so it sounds like you've answered most of them. But I do have one other question. In situations where some of our schools provide unique services based on the community that they traditionally serve. So at Fort Meade, those schools that are seated at Fort Meade tend to provide wraparound services for some of those veteran families that do carry on from the middle school to the high school that are not easily replicated in other high schools. Number one, I presume that those were considerations in through it, but based on that, is there a plan to approach how we would ensure that those services that these students are benefiting from will still be able to be provided the same as if it was Meade High School providing them, because Meade High School is where DOD gives us those monies to do it for those school students, include MacArthur and all the others that are on the base, because of the community that they serve. Does that make sense, the question?
Yeah, no, I think it does. And Ms. Corkadell, I think from a process standpoint, what's good about this timing is it is a potential decision from the board is in line with the time we're crafting the fiscal 25 budget, right? And so as we start to get more granular with it and see that there are significant populations leaving that Fort Meade area to go to Old Mill West, we would certainly, either realign resources if possible, or if not, we would, more than likely put in a budget request to implement what we felt was necessary to support those transitioning students. And I think it's important to note, we have to look through not just for the military families, but all, we have potentially 6,500 students moving. Those transitions can be difficult, and we have to build systems and structures in place to ensure that those supports are in place for both the families themselves, but the schools receiving those students, right? And I think that will be part of our discussions into the fall as we make final decisions, and obviously in discussions with the fort as well, in that partnership to talk about, hey, we may be spreading out a few more students that were once concentrated at Meade High School. They may be now at Old Mill West or another high school, and what can we provide those students to ensure that transition is smooth and that those students remain successful.
Yeah, because that is pretty sensitive. We're going to have to make sure we work through, because if a military family just moves here and now they're sitting at the middle school and 1 year later are not going to be matriculating with those relationships that they just had, those 3 to 5 years that they spend as residents of Anne Arundel County, I would hope we could find a way, and I'm sure we will. And likewise too, I know that Central Elementary, for example, and Central Middle, because of their proximity to other related services for some of our students at Central Special,
benefit from that campus collaboration. So I know when we get to, although when I look at a map, it doesn't look, it looks pretty insulated in and of itself. When we get to that phase 2, I would expect, sounds like we would be doing similar. I would just ask that too often we think that we adequately communicate, and that repetition of communication, also not just the initial communication itself, because of our time of year and of when we are doing this. And I suspect that budgetary implications would be likewise approved. Do we have any preliminary indication that our funding sources are going to be supportive of that, given some of the conflicting priorities of budget? In other words, if we adopt something and some of those services we need to provide are not accommodated for in the budget, are we willing to make adjustments to the redistrict, or recommend, I guess in you guys' position, we recommend adjustments made accordingly? Or
I have not had any discussions.
because the budget won't pass till after we pass this. That's what I was asking.
Yeah. And so I think, again, support for transitioning students will be one of many priorities, and I think in the fiscal 25 budget.
Well, we don't have a crystal ball, but it is
Correct.
helpful to know
Yep.
that, just as for a matter of public, that, we know, we recognize this, and we'll do our best, and whatever I can do to support those efforts, by all means, I am available. Once again, thank you guys very much, and I look forward to listening to these others. Although it's not my personal district, over the years, I have had the opportunity to get to know a lot of our counties, district, communities, and know that although redistricting may be the second worst thing that a district can go through, that this will afford new opportunities in funding for our schools in the future, for renovations, as well as, do we need another school, which may not be as distant of a conversation as we think it may be now. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any need for additional questions or comments? I would just like to add my thanks. I know this is a huge amount of work. I know there's a huge team that stands behind you, and please convey our thanks. I think also, just to add to the recent questions, generally it's my understanding that one of the essential premises of the blueprint is that money follow the child. And so with regard, I would assume, to whatever may happen as we shift students around, should that significantly change the farms rate or whatever in a particular school, one aspect of blueprint is that's different from transitioning, I understand, but that automatically means that those monies will then become available based on the students in the school. So that is good to know. All right, I think that concludes our questions for now. Obviously, there will be many more. Thank you all very, very much, and we will see you on the 26th. All right, that takes us to Section 6, Consent Items, Award of Contracts.
May I move that we bundle these? So I move that we bundle items 6.01 through 6.07.
Second.
Okay. Dr. Bedell.
Thank you, Madam President. The superintendent recommends that the Board of Education authorize the award of contracts as articulated on the agenda, 6.01 through 6.07.
We need to vote on the bundling.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. So we have a motion and a second on the bundling.
Ms. Schellheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. Lynn?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell? Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Okay, so we've voted on the bundling. Are there any additional questions? Ms. Corkadell?
Yeah, I just have one really quick question. It's a question based on some excitement. I was wondering if someone could maybe give me that 2 or 3 sentence summary of the student crisis intervention system that is going to be going under contract, of what that's going to be doing.
Item 6.07.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think we have Ms. McGowan coming forward. She's coming right there.
Yeah, we have Ms. McGowan who will give you a quick explanation.
Hi, good afternoon. For the record, Diane McGowan, Director of Specialty Design Instruction and Compliance. So for summary, we are trying to build out our continuum of our response for students who are displaying significant physically aggressive behaviors as we try to reduce the amount of restraint we have to perform. So we were seeking additional companies to have additional options for students between verbal de-escalation strategies that we have already been using, and then having to actually physically restrain students to, again, reduce the trauma of restraint to students and staff, and also reduce the risk of injury. So we sought some other companies to get additional strategies for our teachers to be able to utilize.
I know this topic comes up under debate at various times at the state level. Knowing that we are continuing plans to organize our systems in place, I think will go a long way to assist us. No,
Apologies for the.
it's all good.
We're
not control technical.
We're going to find out what's going on in the back room. Warp speed. Okay. Okay, seeing no other lights. Ms. Howell.
We don't have a motion
we
or a
need
second.
all right. We need a motion. Yes.
Move to approve contracts listed in items 6.01 through 6.07.
Second.
All right. Now seeing no other lights.
Ms. Shulhan?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. Lynn? Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell? Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Section 7, item 7.01, administrative personnel appointments. Dr. Bedell.
Madam President, the superintendent recommends that the personnel listed on the attached sheet be promoted and/or appointed as discussed in executive close.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Howell.
Ms. Shulhan?
Aye.
Ms. Dent? Mr. Lynn?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell? Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Item 7.02, personnel. Dr. Bedell.
Madam President, the superintendent recommends that the board approve the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second and a little bit of an electronic issue. All right, help is coming, I believe. Seeing no lights, I think we can go ahead.
Ms. Shulhan?
Aye.
Mr. Lynn?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
And Ms. Corkadell? Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. 7 0.
Give us 1 second here to, oh, we can keep going? Okay. All right, this brings us to policy adoption and revisions, third reading. Item 7.3, display of flags, Code IS. Good afternoon, Ms. Wilson.
Good afternoon. All right. Good afternoon, Dr. Bedell, President Tobin, Vice President Silkworth, and members of the board. I'm Grace Wilson, the Legislative and Policy Specialist. Proposed policy IS, display of flags, is before you this afternoon on third reading.
Thank you. Given that I suspect there will be a number of questions and potential comments, I'm going to go around again in roll call order and call on my colleagues. Ms. Schulheim.
I have comments, but I'm going to reserve them for a little bit later.
Okay. Mr. Lynn.
Likewise.
All right. Mr. Silkworth.
I also have comments reserved for later.
All right. Thank you. Ms.
I have no
Frank.
questions.
Okay.
No
Ms.
questions.
Ellis. Ms. Corkadell. Can we share a mic? All right.
I have no questions right now. I do have prepared comments as well as an amendment to the draft language.
Okay. Let me just ask, I'll just go around and ask if there are any other additional questions. And if none, since you're at the end, Ms. Corkadell, if we get there, we'll move to your motion. Any questions, Ms. Schulheim? No. Ms. Dent, do you have any questions at this time on policy IS? No. Mr. Lynn? No. Mr. Silkworth?
No.
Ms. Frank? No. Ms. Ellis? No. Ms. Corkadell?
For the amendment?
Mhm.
A little chaos over there. Oh, that's right, I can't use this. Okay.
You move here.
I move to amend the language of policy IS draft to add under the position section, item number 6. The provisions of this policy shall remain effective through May 22nd, 2024, known as the sunset date, and parenthesis, after May 22nd, 2024, this policy shall be rescinded and no longer effective absent amendment or other action of the board extending this sunset date, end quote. Ms. Howe, could you please send that to the members while I make a couple introductory comments? I think overall, and I don't want to get into the bigger comments of the policy itself, I do think it's very important that we, number one, recognize, I think I was among some who were understanding that we had concerns from the community, but not understanding the breadth and the depths of them. I personally do not believe that it is the intent of any public school system to make a child choose between their religious beliefs and practices and their public education. Through the course of hearing thousands upon thousands of comments and heartfelt, sincere stories, not just a few, whether it's from actual official organizations of religion or not. And it transcended multiple faiths. When I did the extrapolation, that equates to thousands of families in our community. I am not sure that we necessarily need a long-standing absolute policy. But I do know that number one, the what and the why has to be made clear, and that is something that can only be instructed through a policy. In the absence of hardcore regulations and the gray areas of multiple policies, at the end of the day, what we are currently facing are students who are feeling that they have to choose between their religious belief and their public education. That is not about ideology or the lack thereof, but that is about the right of each and every single student. No matter whether it is of one or of 1,000 or of 10,000 of the students. If a student feels that their education is contradicting their religious practices and beliefs, that should be of a concern of all. I've heard many people say there's nothing to see here, solution looking for a problem. And I think our community has well demonstrated that we have one. And likewise on the other side, I don't think there was ever any intent what started out with a show of support now turning into a signal, whereby which if a classroom is absent said signal, it is presumed to be unsafe. That is not where any school system or any individual should ever be. I do think we need to hit the pause button. And we need to sit down and collaborate and get all the stakeholders in a room, not making random comments and categories. I heard every single side talk about all, except, but, howevers. I don't ever want any student to be treated with an except, but, or however, under any circumstances. And if what we are doing, whether or not everybody recognizes it, it is evident and clear that some of our students are having to struggle with that. And if you're not a person of faith, that may be hard to perceive, just as hard as it is to perceive that myself, identifying heterosexually, is not going to understand every nuance of that. And if you are not a person of color, you don't know how that feels. I have to take the people of faith who are a protected class under our Constitution, that when they say that they're not being valued as a result of trying to value another, I think we need to find a better way. Likewise, we have new teachers. Are we saying that now all of our classrooms need to have this, or you've got to watch because you may not be safe? I don't believe that is true, and I do not believe that any of our educators who have been testifying are trying to say that. These are hard conversations to have and to find the right words without feeling like I've insulted anyone. I have remained silent to listen to each and every, and as recently as this morning, still contemplating ways where we can find a solution. Now, I have an action motion after we have disposed of the policy conversation itself. If this amendment were to be adopted, we would be taking the final vote on this at the next meeting, not at this meeting. But ultimately, regardless of that outcome, I do have another motion to make to bring us all together. We have to come together. Everybody wants to throw this conversation underneath the rug. And if this is not evidence that we need to have it, we need to have it in a manner that is responsible. We have conflict resolution models. We have how to address people who have been traumatized. But when the traumatized, just like we have experience with other protective classes, know that until they feel actually comfortable talking about it, we have no way of gauging the implications. And every time we do that and we hold back, what we find is we've done more damage than we have done good. I don't think any student wants their symbol of inclusion to mean an exclusion of another. That is what the challenge is and remains. We cannot say that one protected class has more rights than another, or one protected class was more persecuted in the past than the other or in the current. That is not our job. That is not our obligation. Our obligation is to ensure that each and every single student feels safe. And I know that we have some of the finest minds in the nation at our disposal here at Anne Arundel County to come up with that solution. But until we can actually, number one, admit and have all of our leaders admit we have a problem, and then number two, identify all of the problem, not just the pieces that are the easy grabs, the low-hanging fruit, and then take action. I think a sunset clause on this allows us to take a hard pause. And let me just point out that that banners that support our students who are receiving special education services and who are disabled, there is nothing that is outside of the education realm that I am aware of that would prohibit that, even with the adoption of this policy. And if as a community we can decide, maybe let the children decide what they want their classrooms to look like. It's their educational environment. And I don't believe that our students want their others to have to remain silent because they are being raised and were born into a religious family and community and are choosing to adopt that faith. It is not our place to judge that, nor to imply that because a student has a contradiction between their beliefs and the symbols being used. Some of our faiths take symbols very seriously. And those symbols, in some faiths, those individuals are not even supposed to enter into the building, let alone the classroom. No student should ever have to choose between their religious faith and their education. And so I am suggesting that we adopt an amendment that if this motion were to pass, that is to be created on a sunset to allow us as a community to figure this out together, which the second motion will do, pass or not. But I hope that my members will seriously consider the idea of hitting the pause button long enough so we can truly recognize each and every single student who has identified as not just not belonging or being uncomfortable, but having to choose between something held to the heart of their family and their home and their culture. I cannot imagine the idea of immigrating here from Afghan perhaps and walking in and seeing something that you're not supposed to be around. That cannot be considered right or justified, and I don't think anyone wants to do that. What I've heard are a bunch of people who really, really need help, and I think we can find a way of helping. But we've got to be mindful of the symbols. There's dozens upon dozens of legal examples of that. I don't want to be the legal example. I want to be the leader in finding that balance of Title VII between the rights of those who practice religion and those who are otherwise protected classes. And I know we can. But we've got to start somewhere. And if what we're doing is creating that situation for our students, then we need to hit the pause button. And I think this can provide that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corkadell. I will go in roll call order first. Let me remind members, if you have questions, let's begin with that. Ms. Schalheim, do you have a question?
I don't have a question.
Ms. Dent, do you have a question? Mr. Lynn, do you have a question?
Is there a significance to the date that you chose for the sunset date?
You may, yeah.
If the president will allow me to
Yes,
answer?
yep.
I chose that date to allow, number one, time for the stakeholders to convene. I also recognized some of our other obligations, such as budget season and legislative season, and to allow and recognizing that, these would be changes we would want to instruct for the upcoming year. Typically by that April-May time period, things that we plan on implementing or plan on doing for the upcoming school year would be relevant. I also afforded, unless otherwise amended or altered by the board. So because, if 4 or 6 weeks go by and we've got a good game plan, then that would give the board an opportunity to reassess it at any moment in time. But I think it's important for us to advise the stakeholders involved that we intend to make a timely decision. And I believe we even heard testimony that attested to the fact that delay, we'll get back to you, we're going to do something. Task force and work groups are all famous for that in government. And then they give one great report and say, we'll get back to you with more, and then you don't hear from them again. And no substantive action comes. The sunset is designed to make sure that that is the case, and everybody knows that even if we can't come to a consensus, that would be indicative of it sunsetting and expiring. Legislators do that a lot in the General Assembly, as well to a lesser extent at local, to effectively pilot it and to see, okay, well, what regulations would come out of the policy, because you can't write them until you adopt the policy, particularly on a new one. So a new policy, this gives us the opportunity to see what that genuine looks like as well, and see if it is something that we can, through regulation, find a way of living with and achieving the ultimate objective, which is to use our classrooms for that whole student education approach that includes that social, emotional, and everything. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Silkworth, do you have a question?
No question.
Ms. Frank? Ms. Ellis?
I don't have a question, but I have a brief statement about the amendment.
Well, we're going to go back, and I just wanted to make sure everybody got their questions on the table first. Okay, so Ms. Schalheim, do you have any comments?
Yes. I am not going to other or marginalize students for any days, let alone, 10 months, while we think and wait and sit. So I'm a no on this policy amendment and a no on the policy.
Ms. Dent?
No comment.
Mr. Lynn?
I do think it's important to have conversations within all of our communities, but I feel like passing a policy first and then going back to having those conversations is not effective. We should be holding these conversations, and we probably should have already been holding conversations before we even got to this third reader. And so for that, I do not support this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. Mr. Silkworth?
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. I absolutely concur.
Thank you. Ms. Frank?
I have absolutely been having conversations with my community, and that was reflected in the policy.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. I was a little unclear what the purpose of the amendment was, but you did pretty clearly state that, Ms. Corkadell. I'll support the amendment. You didn't hear me? Oh, I'm sorry. I had just.
My fault. I didn't get a second. I apologize.
I assume there was. That's why.
That was my fault.
Because we started talking. I'll second.
I apologize. We do have a second. Okay, so we have a second from Ms. Ellis.
Just simply because we proceeded, I assume that had been
yes,
my
my
I'm
fault,
sorry,
my fault.
and I'm
My apologies.
no worries. No, I had simply stated that I have expressed concerns about the conversations that are and largely are not going on in our community, and so now that I understand the purpose of the amendment, I do support it.
Okay, I just want to say that I certainly recognize and have listened to everything I've heard, but it remains the case that I don't think this policy is the way to answer the issues that I've heard. So are there any additional comments from members before I give Ms. Corkadell the opportunity to give any final comments? I see nothing. Ms. Corkadell.
My apologies, folks. Got
Yeah.
a little tech issues here, which is no worries. Easy to work through. I've heard what some of my members have had to say and the concerns, and I guess what I'm going to say is, under our current conditions, we have students in the class that feel that they are having to choose right now. So although I think we would have had maybe perhaps some other opportunities, we're now barreling down on the course of a new school year. And from what I've heard, there's absolutely no interest voluntarily considering that these students, for their religious beliefs and exercises, have the opportunity to affect what would happen in their classroom. In other words, teacher puts it up, teacher does not want to take it down. They now have to exist in an environment that contradicts their religious beliefs. And that is why I am proposing this in lieu of some of the other things, because as of now, I have not been presented with any hint or any desire of leadership to address what is happening now and how to mitigate that till we have the bigger conversation. And a pause, it's not a bad thing, especially when it's having such significant unintended consequences. As I said, that could very well mean that at the very next meeting, it rolls on out. And we find we don't need this policy because the other policies actually are now addressing it. If we could adjust what we are actually doing operationally, I think we could get to a place that may not necessarily need such a thing. I'm actually very disheartened that we are at this point. But I respect, regardless of whether or not you agree or disagree with me, I respect that opinion because these are very emotional, very personal things. And I don't hold it against any one individual, nor would I ever retaliate or do anything to cause disruption or harm. I'm here to do my job. And my job is to weigh these very heavy issues, including our constitutional obligations. And when a student says there's a problem, we have an oath obligation to immediately say, now what can we do? And I'm just not hearing enough of it. I think we're too focused on ourselves and not on those who feel they don't have a voice, who are fearful of retaliation. We add protected classes, but we don't change how we treat them and matriculate them. It's a hamster wheel. I want to get off the hamster wheel, and I want to get back to educating and our kids feeling like they belong at all times, if at all possible. Call it utopian. I call it a goal, something we should be doing. And I thank you for each and every single member for seriously considering this, because I know we want the best interest of the students. I prefer to tackle problems when they're presented to me head on and not be afraid to say them out loud.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Corkadell. So we have a motion and a second. We have heard comments. We have questions answered. I think we're ready to vote. Ms. Howell.
Ms. Corkadell moved to add language to the position section number 6. The provisions of this policy shall remain effective through May 22nd, 2024, the sunset date. After May 22nd, 2024, this policy shall be rescinded and no longer effective absent amendment or other action of the board extending this sunset date. Ms. Schallheim.
No.
Ms. Dent.
No.
Mr. Lynn.
No.
Mr. Silkworth.
Nay.
Ms. Frank,
No.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Nay.
2 in the affirmative and 6 in the negative. Motion fails.
Okay, thank you. So having disposed of the amendment, we now take up the draft policy that is before us. I'm going to, again, go in roll call order. Dr. Bedell, did you have some comments you wanted to make, or you?
I do, Madam President. Just a couple, because I think when we make comments, and we know with this board meeting and any other board meeting, it's archived. What gets said is what now becomes history. And Ms. Corkadell, I think you and I had an opportunity to talk this morning. Your concerns that you brought to us. We all agreed that we as an administration would work to get anything that requires public consumption to this school board on the Friday before the following Wednesday. We have multiple days to get input from this school board so that we can respond appropriately as a staff. So I have to defend our staff when a comment is made that there's no efforts or movement to look into hearing concerns of folks from our religious counterparts. When I've been my arms have been open to everybody. It's the first that I'm hearing of those concerns, quite frankly, the last 2 days. So it has not even given us an opportunity to respond. Now, I have been very clear, and I had to take some notes, that I have said to everybody in this community, I'm willing to sit down and have conversations with you. Regardless of where you fall on the side of this issue, I have to do everything I can to try to bring people together and come to some consensus on how we can move forward. If there are religious groups who have concerns, we're open to meet with them. I have no problem with that. But it's also an operations issue. It doesn't preclude any board member from having those similar meetings if they want. But this is what I will say, absent for policy, like it's hard to feel like we're being dictated to and we don't have time to address it. And then the comment comes out that there doesn't seem to be any effort from this administration around wanting to hear people concerns. I am all about creating a sense of belonging. And you will hear that in my statement. I've talked about that from day one. I'm starting my 8th year as superintendent. I know how to make sure that we're doing everything in our power to be as inclusive as we can be, create a sense of belonging, make sure that we have access, and make sure that people are accepted for how they show up. So when I get these concerns that whether there are racial things happening with nooses, or a student with disability is being bullied, or a white kid is being accused of being a racist by children of color, I take all of those comments, all of those concerns seriously. And I want to assure you, just like this situation where we have our religious community feeling like they don't have a voice, I promise you we will sit down and have those conversations. But we have to be given advance notice and given opportunity to do it. So I just want to clear that up for the record, because it's not that we're ignoring the concerns of our Muslim community or anybody else, our Jewish communities. This is just, it's new information for me in the last 2 days. So I just wanted to make sure that I address that for the record. And now I will move on to my remarks. I'll offer remarks about what I believe should be included in a policy at the outset of this process. And I'd like to provide some additional thoughts on the recommendation I just made, well, that I will make. First, in no way do I believe that this process has been a wasted exercise, as some have stated. Discussions like these are difficult, but they are the essence of the democratic process. and of the free thought we want to cultivate in every student we serve. Everyone has had a chance to have their voice heard in one form or another in this process. We need to promote civil discourse, as I stated in my very first board meeting on August 24th, 2022. We need to empower creative thinking in our students, our employees, and our community. We must never tell our students what to think, because we're not here to indoctrinate nobody. But we absolutely must teach them how to think. At the outset of this process, I spoke about the need for policies and programs that helps us to foster environments where our students feel a sense of belonging and feel supported. I said we have to be intentional about that. No different than the work that I have done in my first 6 years prior to coming here as a superintendent. I also said that policies should be clear in terms of enforcement. They should not have gray areas that make them difficult to implement. I have listened intently over the last 2 meetings as this board has considered amendments to the policy presented by Ms. Frank. I appreciate the great deal of conversation and public input that have gone into this process. Respectfully, I don't find that this policy in its current form meets either of the criteria I just mentioned. Just so there is no misunderstanding, I want to be clear that I believe there is a huge difference in flags that fly on flagpoles outside of a school building and those on display inside. I believe strongly that the flags on our school flagpoles should be limited to governmental flags, the United States flag, the Maryland flag, the Anne Arundel County flag, and the City of Annapolis flag, as well as other flags that denote academic status or achievement, such as Maryland Green School or the International Baccalaureate School flags. The spaces inside of our schools are a different matter. And this is more from my perspective of being in education for 24 years. Our classrooms, as a former teacher, are places where relationships that cultivate a sense of belonging for students are created. That belonging leads to growth, which leads to success. In those spaces, I am hesitant to mandate the inclusion or exclusion of flags, other than those that run afoul of law or board policy, because drawing such a line inescapably leaves a student or group of students on the other side. No one wins when we enact one inequity to solve another perceived inequity. There is one thing on which we should all agree at this point. This process has underscored the need in all areas for more constructive dialogue. In our schools and elsewhere, that dialogue must be allowed to happen without fear of retribution or retaliation. As we sit here today, there is a clear division. Healing must occur if we are to move forward, especially when it comes to controversial issues. We simply need to do a better job of talking with each other instead of at each other. I'm willing to engage in those conversations. And as you stated earlier, Ms. Corkadell, you're absolutely right. Conversations need to happen. I'm interested in, I've mentioned this because we have 2 groups where the issues it's just clashing. And I have had an opportunity to talk to both groups, the Coalition for LGBTQ+ and Moms for Liberty. I met with members of both groups last month, and I asked them if they would be willing to sit at the same table in an attempt to at least hear each other out and understand their differences, both with regard to this policy and elsewhere. They both agreed. And I am looking forward to getting that meeting set up in the very near future. I urge the same of members of the public and of this board whose philosophies differ. Disagreement on a single point should never automatically invalidate all points. Quite simply, we can see things differently and still respect those differences. It really hurts me when I've had an opportunity to sit here and listen to some of the comments and listen to the viciousness of which people were being attacked in here. And we will never get anywhere operating in this manner. But here's what I will say. We have to respect those differences. The reality is we will never know what we can accomplish together if we don't make the attempt to talk about it in a meaningful way. So my recommendation at this time, based on everything that we have heard, is to not approve policy IS, display of flags as it is currently written. Madam President, that concludes my remarks to this matter.
Thank you. So again, I will go in roll call order and ask members if they have additional questions. Ms. Schalheim.
I do not have questions, but I do have comments.
Okay, Ms. Dent. Mr. Lynn. Mr. Silkworth.
No questions, comments.
Ms. Frank.
No questions.
Ms. Ellis. Ms. Corkadell. No questions. All right. I guess the next question is, well, I'll ask for comments and then if there are motions that people want to bring forward. So I'll begin again with Ms. Schalheim.
Thank you. Yes, I do. Yes, I do have some comments, so just bear with me here. And Dr. Riddell, you're a tough act to follow. I was saddened by many of the statements that some of my colleagues, as well as some members of the public, made during the last meeting, as well as in the media. The quiet part was laid bare for all to see. Respectfully, I don't believe this draft policy was ever about unity or neutrality. This was only about excluding and othering Black and Brown and LGBTQ+ students. And the utterance of the phrase diversity of thought makes the horrendous assumption that these groups are a monolith. Nothing can be further from the truth. The removal of flags that denote safe places for some of our students is what's at stake here. The use of patriotism and politics to other and marginalize some of our most vulnerable populations. The exclusion of various groups is the point here. This was never about freedom, liberty, choice, or unity, or neutrality. Displaying a flag, whether it be a military flag, college pennant, sports flag, flag from another state or U.S. territory or another country, the thin blue line flag, pride flag, etc., is far, far away from a teacher or staff vocalizing their politics, religion, agenda, etc., loco parentis, something that I am entirely against and something that runs absolutely counter to AACPS policies. Instead, these flags denote welcoming safe places. Instead, this policy, if passed, sends a horrible message that some kids are not welcome or are not enough. Instead of talking about any number of topics that actually positively impact our students' lives, we've spent all this time talking about this. And let's not get it twisted. This policy is just the beginning of a playbook of politically based tactics that includes book bans. And let me be as clear as I can, not on my watch. Every decision that this school system makes includes viewing this issue through a lens of equity. The board uses an equity lens created by MABE, also known as the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. This board has deep relationships with MABE. Many of us serve on various MABE committees. I am on their budget committee, or, as if that should shock anybody. Dr. Tobin serves on the legislative committee and so forth. And my colleague, Ms. Corkadell, has been part of their equity work for years and is also serving as their current MABE Board of Directors president. So let's quickly talk through the MABE equity lens points as it relates to this draft policy. Number one, who are the underrepresented groups affected by this policy, program, practice, decision, or action? Oh, that's easy. Black and Brown, military students, religious and cultural minorities, LGBTQ+ students, teachers, and other staff, as well as those with disabilities and the families and allies of all the above. Number two, what are the potential impacts on these groups? Does this policy, program, practice, decision, or action worsen existing disparities or produce unintended consequences? The removal of teacher and staff autonomy to create safe places for students and decorate their rooms, offices, or office spaces as they see fit under federal and state law, as well as under current AACPS policies and regulations. This could result in increased bullying of already marginalized students, worsened mental health, teachers and staff recruitment and retention issues, and the potential for increased student suicides based on decades of research regarding LGBTQ plus youth. Yes, I also believe in science and in the work of the Trevor Project. But if that isn't good enough, an article printed in the New York Times on June 27, 2023 discussed 4 decades of research in Denmark, which analyzed the health and legal records of nearly 7 million people, found that trans youth are 7.7 times the rate of suicide attempts and 3.5 times the rate of suicide deaths compared to the rest of the population. Number 3, how have you intentionally involved stakeholders who are also members of the communities affected by this policy, program, practice, decision, or action? Can you validate your assessments in numbers 1 and 2, having considered this stakeholder reaction? Yes, we have heard from all sides via our 3-reader process, as well as through lots of conversations with constituents through a variety of mediums. I had the wonderful opportunity to meet with a variety of groups representing the entire political spectrum and a few different religious groups. Conversations that will continue regardless of the outcome of this harmful policy. The comments received in large part validate assessments made in items 1 and 2. Having said that, there are opposing views based on religion that are absolutely valid. I am not here to judge those views, but to learn. Regardless of the upcoming vote on this policy, let's find some common ground that includes rather than excludes, and I am committed to that. Number 4, what are the barriers to more equitable outcomes? For example, mandated, political, emotional, financial, programmatic, or managerial. The barrier is this draft policy, which is a solution in search of a problem, is not mandated in any way by state, federal, or local law. Number 5, how will you A, mitigate the negative impacts, and B, address the barriers identified above? Simple, not voting to implement this policy. Before I conclude, allow me to state for the record that I understand that flags such as the pride flag run counter to the religious views of some. I want to tell you that I hear you and I see you, and again, welcome more conversations. Going through this exercise has convinced me that more work must be done to ensuring that all students are seen and heard. We must figure out how to do that without it being at the expense of others, enabling instead of restrictive policies, more opportunities to be represented in classrooms and in the curriculum, not less. More avenues to celebrate our diverse community, not less. This board and the school system are not perfect. It's only through putting aside our individual agendas, motives, politics, political action committees, and political ambitions and listen that we can truly find common ground. I am grateful for all the conversations I've had with the community. Madam President, at the appropriate time, I have a motion to not approve draft policy IS. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dent.
My comments are going to be very limited to the policy because, as I said before, what I feel in this room is pain. And our school system fundamentally have to work on how to figure out a way to get to the heart of that pain. And it won't be done by a flag policy. It won't be done by any policy. It will be done by the people here that's impacted and by the faculty and staff on the superintendent's administration. What I do know about the policy is I wholeheartedly understand Dr. Bedell's words, because I too believe that the American flag, state and county flags should be the flags that are flown on the outside of the building. But when I come inside the classroom, I think of education. I don't think for one minute, and this is my own personal view, not the view of the people that I represent, and I'll cover that in a second. I don't believe for 1 minute by having a flag that says Black Lives Matter, LGBT, pro-life, somehow or another make a person want to turn gay or feel safe. I believe that the people that put those images out are the people that make you feel safe. I think those are the individuals that you are appealing to. When you see me or you come to my house, you see the American flag. You see that for one reason and one reason only. It's not because I don't believe in the Black Lives Matter flag. It's not because I don't believe in anything else. It believes in an ideology, and this is exactly what it is, that the American flag should represent all the people of the United States of America and all the people in America that they're allowed to enter into America. It should be the protection, and that's where it should stand for. And what I'm concerned about is when someone, say a student, and I think it was a 16-year-old student that said he was 16-year-old, that said that he didn't feel safe and he felt suicidal. If the comfort of having the LBGT flag is what made him or her not suicidal, then I applaud the educator that put the flag there. But when I look at the policy says it's contradictory. The first part of it works okay for me, but where it fines tunes is there, that's on bullet 5 that's there. It turns around and says nothing in this policy is intended. I can't see. Nothing in this policy is intended nor may be construed to limit the rights of any individual. And then it describes that. Well, there in of itself, it already limits the rights. That's the first portion that I have a disagreement with. The second portion is about a bona fide education, which I don't think is being displayed, but it's a bona fide educational purpose. I've had a problem with that from day one. When you start limiting education in a public education system, there's a problem all in and of it by itself, regardless to the situation or whether it's for a social movement, a cultural movement, or as my daughter explained to me, a person's feelings, ideology, or anything else. I will tell you that I do not believe 1 minute that your sexual orientation is an ideology. Your sexual orientation is a decision that you make. And I support anyone that make that decision, just as I would hope you support the decision that I make. What I will tell you, though, is that this policy has shown me the divisiveness that exists inside of our schools. And for that, I do want to work on a policy that makes us all feel inclusive. I do think that there is a way that removing all of the cultural flags that are inside the classroom can and will be able to make everyone feel that they are in a safe space. But I don't like the idea that somehow or another by supporting or not supporting this amendment will somehow or another make a person feel safe or unsafe in the school. And in counter to that, position number 5 turns right back around and say, put every display on that you would like. So then your safety is right back there. But that's not the case. And that's not what we're trying to address. What we want students is to come into a location to where they can feel educated, feel free to be educated. I too have read all the statistics. I've stayed up probably 3 nights straight trying to come up with the words and the amendments that would make this policy safe, make this policy feel like as if I put in the energy in order for us to make the policy something that is implementable. There's no way for us to implement this policy from my perspective. And that's my own personal opinion. As for the members of District 1 that have reached out to me, no, it's not because I'm ignoring you. It is because of the fact that everyone cannot be represented in this flag, which means that no one can be represented for me in this flag, in this policy. So I want to say openly that yes, I believe in the United States of America flag more than probably anyone that you will see standing here. I fought for this country for 28 years, 6 combat tours, and I fought in every country for human rights, for civil rights, for the rights of Americans. And I will tell you that it's very hurtful for me to have to give this and say what I have to say right now. That is that the American flag should not be on display to where it has to be the product that says that if you have the American flag, you somehow can't have or represent the other cultures that are being represented. These flags are symbols of hope for everyone. When I'm in another country, the symbol of hope for me and for many people around the world is the United States flag. So I understand when you say the symbol of hope that you walk into a class is there. But I think that by saying that against the American flag, number one, it does upset me because I will not and do not want the American flag to be the flag that is saying that because of it, we somehow or another support the American flag, but don't support Black Lives Matter, LBGT, or pro-life or any other flag. And so for that, I decided on my own that I will abstain from voting because I do not feel like this policy here will get us anywhere, and neutral is where I'm going to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lynn.
Thank you, Dr. Tobin. So firstly, I'd really want to thank everybody who is here today, whether in person or virtual, and everybody who submitted testimony and comments online. As a student, it's very incredible for me to see so many people who are invested in our students' education and success, and I really hope that this level of interest continues as we progress into the school year. Since taking office on July 1st, I have read through the dozens of emails and responded to each and every one that I've gotten. In addition, this past weekend, I actually spent all of my time reading all 2,000 public comments. So I want to make it very clear that in my decision on this policy, I have taken into account each voice and perspective that has come to me. It is important to me that those who are served by our system, the students, have their voices heard and amplified, which is why I've communicated heavily with students via social media and hosted an informational session regarding this policy so I could take questions and comments. So now you're going to hear, everybody says that they want to hear the student's perspective. So you're going to hear my perspective on this policy, as well as the perspective of many of the students who have reached out to me over these past few weeks. So to start, I've heard many valid concerns from parents and those in our community regarding the education of our students and receiving and their classroom environment, and I hear you. But to that extent, in consideration of what's best for our students as the policy is currently written, I do not support it. At its core, yeah, yes. So, like I said, I've heard many valid concerns from parents and those in our community regarding the education our students are receiving in their classroom environments, and I do hear all of those people. But to the extent, in consideration of what is best for our students, as the policy is currently written, I do not support it. At its core, the policy is intended to neutralize our classrooms of political ideology. However, while it may serve that purpose in some capacity, the unintended impacts of this policy are much greater. One of the main concerns brought up is the Pride flag and Black Lives Matter flags being flown in classrooms. While I understand that some parents may have concerns with these flags in classrooms, the reality is these aren't the flags that are showing up the most in classrooms. In my 13 years in Anne Arundel County Public Schools, attending 3 different clusters, 4 different schools, I've only had maybe a few teachers of the dozen I've had that actually have a Pride flag in their room. The ones that show up the most consistently are college flags and pennants, military flags, sports teams flags, awareness flags, and cultural and country flags. The policy would remove all of these flags from classrooms, which serve to create conversations and spark discussions, and they are not neither political or ideological flags. As a first-generation college student, and there are many in AACPS, I've always been unsure where I want to apply to college and navigating that process. In high school and even in middle school, seeing college flags and pennants gave me inspiration on colleges I could apply to, and I knew I could talk to these teachers about that school because they attended it in order to learn more about the campus culture and academia to see if that school was a good fit for me. Under this policy, these discussions that were inspired by these flags would cease to exist. Additionally, I know many students that form connections with teachers through sports flags as they have similar interests in favorite teams or even just the sport itself. These meaningful relationships will allow meaningful relationships with teachers allow students to feel that they can reach out to that teacher for any reason, even just to talk about the latest sports games. Under this policy, these discussions that were inspired by these flags would cease to exist. As a district with many military families, it's important to distinguish that this policy would ban all of those flags, including but not excluding the Navy, Army, Coast Guard, etc. We have many students whose families may move a lot because their parents are in the military or may have circumstances going on at home due to deployment or other, issues surrounding having parents or guardians in the military. Having a teacher who has one of these flags up lets the students know that these teachers may have served in the military and can be someone to talk to and confide in when they may not feel comfortable reaching out to someone else who they feel can't understand the situation that they are in. All of this would go away if this policy were to pass. Now, a larger concern for many has been the pride flag being hung in classrooms. I have heard an argument that these flags represent a social or a political issue that do not belong in classrooms, and I agree that flags that spark unhealthy debate regarding politics should be kept out. But the pride flag, for example, is not a political or social issue. LGBTQ people exist in our society, and their fight for continued equality is represented by the pride flag. It is a human rights issue. One of the keen concerns I have heard is with respect to religion. I understand some of our community members may have religious beliefs that do not support items such as the pride flag. But in a public school system, the goal is to teach students that there are people who are different than them that exist. And teachers don't teach students to be queer. They teach students that queer people exist and to treat them like human beings, just like teachers teach students that conservatives, liberals, Muslims, Jews, Hindus, Asians, African Americans, all people of different cultural and ethnic backgrounds exist. Schools are not teaching kids an ideology, but rather that people of all natures exist, and it is important to respect all. And hanging a flag is quite simply not going to teach kids student gender ideology or sexual orientation. Removing the pride flag from schools is removing a group of people's identity, and the pride flag identifies teachers you can talk to about certain things. They create a safe space, and it's not just for queer people. And I have heard many concerns that our schools should be safe for everyone, and some students feel that they are not safe because their views aren't respected. And this goes for both sides. And this is a problem that needs to continue to be looked at and addressed immediately, as in my personal opinion, every student should feel safe and supported in our schools, but removing a flag isn't going to change that. And I've heard the concern that our schools need to focus on educating students on the basics and taking out the nonsense. I agree, and I think our district is rapidly moving towards the goal of ensuring academic and social excellence for all of our students. We recently expanded EEE to every elementary school in AACPS to enhance our STEM education for students. We also are actively engaging in a massive curriculum audit to ensure students are learning what they need to know to be successful in school and beyond. We have begun offering more internship opportunities for students so they can learn both inside and outside the classroom, getting real skills. And just recently, we finalized partnerships with the Anne Arundel Workforce Development Corporation and others to provide college and career counseling for students to ensure every single student feels ready to go out into the world post-graduation. There are many more things we as a county are doing, but in the interest of time, I won't list them all. What I will say is through the dozens of teachers I've had over the years, I have never had one choose to teach me anything outside of the subject they are certified to teach me in or push an agenda on me. I have also talked to many students who feel the same way. But I understand that some students feel that this could happen in schools, but the reality is those students, who are voicing those concerns have told me that hasn't happened to them, but they feel it could happen. But if your experience is different, I would be happy to listen. I end by saying that while I agree some flags may result in division between our students and create unnecessary tensions that need to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. By outright banning all flags and requiring teachers to seek approval from their principals for which flags qualify as educational, that is taking away from valuable planning time that can be used to better create instruction for our students. As I mentioned earlier, this policy also has a lot of unintentional consequences which I simply cannot overlook. And for these reasons, I will be voting in opposition of this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. Mr. Silkworth.
Wow. We talk about tough acts to follow. Is this your first meeting? Thank you so much, Mr. Lynn. So, ladies and gentlemen, I referenced during our last meeting how I used the Red Skelton Pledge of Allegiance in my classroom. And I did that for over 30 years, even though I taught for 49. Please bear with me. This was his message to our nation of students. I originally watched it live as a student. It impacted me then, and it still impacts me today. I've been listening to you recite the Pledge of Allegiance all semester, and it seems that it's become monotonous to you. Or could it be you do not understand the meaning of each word? If I may, I would like to recite the pledge and give you a definition for each word. I, me, an individual, a committee of one, pledge, dedicate all of my worldly good to give without self-pity, allegiance, my love and my devotion. To the flag, our standard, Old Glory, a symbol of courage, and wherever she waves, there is respect, because your loyalty has given her a dignity that shouts, freedom is everybody's job. Of the united, that means we have all come together. States, individual communities that have united into 50 great states, 50 individual communities with pride and dignity and purpose, all divided by imaginary boundaries, yet united to a common cause, and that's love of country, of America, and to the republic, a sovereign state in which power is invested into the representatives chosen by the people to govern, and the government is the people, and it's from the people to the leaders, not from the leaders to the people, for which it stands. One nation, meaning so blessed by God, under God, indivisible, incapable of being divided, with liberty, which is freedom, the right of power for one to live his own life without fears, threats, or any sort of retaliation. And justice, the principle and qualities of dealing fairly with others, for all. For all. That means, students, it's as much your country as it is mine. I'm going to tell you there are a few parts of this speech which resonate with me. They resonated with me when I first heard it. Always resonated with me when I showed it to students, and hopefully to you. Wherever she waves, there is respect. In AACPS, according to me, there has been, there is, and there will continue to be respect for our American flag. Freedom is everybody's job. So many have sacrificed so much so that we can be here today in America and enjoy that freedom. And it is everyone's responsibility and obligation to honor and preserve the freedom that we do enjoy and cherish. United. That means that we have all come together. I wish that were true today. I think for many of us it is, but it seems that for some it is not. We must open our hearts to accept diversity, indivisible, incapable of being divided. We are one nation, a nation of immigrants, with more diversity than any other nation on earth. Our forefathers celebrated this diversity. They did not reject it. Neither should we. With liberty, which is freedom, the right of power for one to live his own life without fears, threats, or any sort of retaliation. We have a great deal of opposing ideas on all sides. We have heard talk about a fear of safety, a fear of threats, and a fear of retaliation from someone who does not share the same belief. We have students who are afraid to be who they are. Everyone wants to be accepted. No one wants to be rejected. These fears are real. The proof is out there. The suicide rate is higher than ever. And do not make the mistake, parents, everyone, that only LGBTQ students consider suicide. I'm here to tell you, far too many of our young people have contemplated killing themselves because they do not feel wanted and not accepted in this world in which we live. We should be focused on building strong relationships with one another based on trust, understanding, and acceptance. We should be proud of who we are. We should be proud of the country that allows us to be who we are. The United States was born a proud nation, willing to sacrifice life and limb to preserve the liberty, which is freedom, and justice, the principle and qualities of dealing fairly with others. Your beliefs and your stance on any given issue do not give you the right to impose your beliefs on others. We are all entitled to our opinions and beliefs, and everyone's opinions and beliefs should be respected. We all know fighting leads to tragedy, as it's been evidenced here in Anne Arundel County. Meaningful engagement leads to compromise, acceptance, and tolerance. And finally, for all, that means, students, it is as much your country as it is mine. The Anne Arundel County public school system exists for one reason and one reason only: a focus on student achievement and student outcomes based upon the hopes and dreams and aspirations of all of our students. I frankly am a proud American, a proud educator, a proud board member. I will continue to honor the American flag as I have always done. I served in the military for 6 years. I honor that flag today with my vote. A policy such as this does not address the concerns that we face today and that we have heard in this room today. What we need is a renewed dedication and devotion to the ideals of our forefathers who built a nation composed of immigrants, arguably the greatest nation in the world, on the premise that people of all colors and creeds could come together as one united family. So what do we need? We need unity. We need tolerance. We need acceptance. We need one another. Over the past 20 years of my professional career, I witnessed a change in the American student. Students have become more tolerant, more accepting, and more unified. The proof was right in front of me during our graduations this year. I proudly watched all of our students celebrate their accomplishments together. And I made note of the extreme diversity that we have in Anne Arundel County, a diversity that is embraced by the majority of our students. In the graduations, they all applauded one another. I applaud our students, both current and former. I thank you for your understanding and your willingness to accept diverse ideas and cultures. This is what America is all about. As you heard from Dr. Bedell earlier, the American flag will continue and will always fly high outside of our schools, along with the Maryland flag. But what matters is not whether a flag flies on the wall in the class. What matters is what flies in our hearts. Teachers teach because they care about the welfare of students. I trust our teachers to continue to create welcoming class environments for all of our students. I also trust Dr. Bedell to do exactly what he said he will do. Ladies and gentlemen, we need unity, we need tolerance, we need acceptance, and again, we need one another. Many concerns have come to light as a result of this policy. I've read all of the emails, I've listened, I've been a great listener, I've heard those concerns, and I am committed, as is Dr. Bedell and all of my colleagues, to find solutions for all students, teachers, and parents. So if Red Skelton were here today, I think he would be very proud of the youth of America in general, but he would be concerned about the division that seems to plague us from time to time. He would be encouraged by the kind, warm hearts that so many of our stakeholders have, and he would be willing to continue to educate not just our youth, but everyone about the true meaning of the American flag and what the Pledge of Allegiance means to all of us. In conclusion, I happened to receive an email this morning from one of our teachers, and I chose to read this email. Every day I step into my classroom, I understand that my role is not to impart my own beliefs on my students, but to show them the world they live in and let them form their own opinions. Ladies and gentlemen, that only happens in a room where everyone feels free to share their thoughts. And that only happens in classrooms when our teachers create the relationships that I tried for 49 years to create with my students. In concluding, I would like to again thank Dr. Bedell, and I would like to thank all of my colleagues. The amount of time that we have spent looking at this and listening to everyone on both sides, it's just off the charts. Was this a good thing to have had happen? Well, I'm going to suggest that it is, because hopefully out of the division that we may seem to think is here, we can come together and truly become the united family that I think we can be, and I think we really are. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Frank.
I have a couple of comments to address some of the comments that I've heard earlier, and then at the appropriate time, I too have a motion. So one comment that I heard today was that this is not a political or social issue or societal issue. I would definitely rebut that. Harvey Milk was an elected official when he commissioned the Pride flag, so that absolutely has a political tie, as well as the Black Lives Matter organization only taking their credit card processor is Act Blue, which is a Democrat credit card processing system, so that has direct ties to a particular party. So both of those flags are steeped in political foundations. The second point that I would like to make is that when we have board members saying "not on my watch," that assumes the authority of the full board, which is not an appropriate form of communication when addressing our constituents. And then the third piece that I want to discuss is we have a lot of folks today saying that this has brought forward a lot of issues. They're hearing what constituents are saying. They agree that maybe some action should be taken, but perhaps this is not the appropriate action at the appropriate time. Well, I present to you that I have been listening to my community for years on these issues, and that no one to this date has taken any action to resolve any of the issues that I have had conversations with many board members and many community members to discuss the environment in our schools. So I appreciate the folks that have reached out to me. I appreciate the board members that have had these discussions and have collaborated with me. But there has been no other suggestion for action. This is the suggestion that I have worked to develop with other board members, and this is what is in front of us today. I invite Dr. Bedell, when you look into this, I know that you were not here during the origin of some of these conversations. I would specifically invite you to review the CHS homophobes page where they dox our students, as well as some of the other concerns that I have that are well documented, if those are your concerns. CHS homophobes page. Yes. And at the appropriate time, I too will have a motion.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. First of all, I loved Red Skelton. Thank you for that. Brought me back. He was. I loved him. Okay. Once again, I want to start by thanking everyone for your involvement in this process and being engaged as a community for the sake of our students. Contrary to what many believe, I know each of you is well-intentioned and truly here for all students. The divisive piece, as I see it, is that perhaps there are students who may need our support a bit more than others, and not everyone identifies the same students as those needing greater representation. Regardless, I don't believe anyone here or who has reached out to us is against any student. I also want to thank those who have reached out to me on both sides of the issue, who listened to my statement given at our last board meeting and recognized that my words were truly heartfelt. I will not take up anyone's time by repeating that statement, which can be viewed on YouTube from the last meeting. But I do have a few more thoughts to offer, as I believe the community deserves the thought behind an important vote. I want to express my dismay that many, including some on this board, have trivialized the struggles some of our students are facing by characterizing this proposed policy as a solution looking for a problem. This clever catchphrase intended to delegitimize the issue is completely dismissive of the rainbow of people we have seen and heard from in support of this policy. Families who have faced real conflict as a result of ideas being pushed in our schools. I have met many of them over my years as a board member, teachers, parents, and students who have been afraid to speak out publicly about their concerns for fear of public shaming or worse. We cannot ignore the behavior we've seen in this boardroom over the last couple meetings and claim that this problem does not exist within our school buildings. Bullying in the name of kindness is still bullying. I want to clear up a misunderstanding that we have heard in the last couple of weeks, that some of us have stated that being gay or queer in any way is an idea rather than a fact of people's identity. This policy is about flags, which absolutely represent ideas, which is not the same as people that may be supported by those ideas. I would not question an individual's sexual or gender identity, as I am not living in their skin and only they know how they feel and who they are. I am a passionate defender of liberty and recognize each individual for all that they are, including their sexual and gender identities. However, who you are attracted to or how masculine or feminine you are is not your identity, only a piece of it. Every one of you is so much more than that. The problem here is that not everyone feels supported in this way or has a flag hanging on any classroom wall besides the one flag intended to unite us all as Americans. Since this word comes up a lot in this discussion, let me read the definition of the word marginalize. To place in a position of minor or marginal importance, significance, relevance, or effect. To isolate or exclude from the dominant culture, perceive or treat as being on the fringes of a society or group. Now, based on what we've seen and learned, let's expand our view of who may be marginalized. We have heard now from Muslims, Christians, and Jews in support of this policy. We have heard from Black, brown, and white people supporting this policy. We have heard from gay and straight people supporting this policy. Parents have a right to be concerned that their children are developing their own sense of self, including their sexuality, and that they do not want messages about sexuality displayed on classroom walls. This does not mean that they hate those who identify on the LGBTQ plus spectrum. We have a crisis going on throughout our nation, which is culture wars. We cannot solve that crisis here in Anne Arundel County, but we can disrupt this division within our schools. Those opposing this proposed policy have legitimate concerns. And I have dear friends in this room passionately opposed to this policy, and I understand them. But please remember that this policy is not looking to replace one person's flag with another or to reduce support for our vulnerable students. It is intended to create a safe and neutral environment that allows the freedom of thought and expression for all students in every classroom. Another misconception is that this policy takes away teachers' First Amendment rights to freedom of expression. A quick search will make it clear, based on decades of case law, that teachers have First Amendment rights as citizens, but those rights are limited in the classroom. Even the ACLU and NEA provide guidance on this on their website. My concern is that no matter how well-intentioned, when a teacher imparts their opinions and values on students, that shuts down the freedom of expression for many students, given the hierarchy in the classroom environment and the fact that a teacher is assumed to be teaching. So for students, their statements carry the weight of fact rather than the expression of ideas. We hear from so many opposing this policy that we should trust teachers, that they know what is best for their students. Yet many of those same people have stated that LGBTQ plus students are not safe in every classroom, even harassed or discriminated against by some teachers, and that the pride flag lets them know when a teacher is on their side. I have advocated time and again for teachers to have greater autonomy in the classroom to be able to meet their students' needs as learners. However, teachers as humans, meaning all are imperfect, and some use much better judgment than others. It is not in our students' best interest to elevate our teachers to being morally superior to their parents. And any teacher who makes a student feel marginalized or unsafe should absolutely receive corrective action. I will repeat one statement I made in the last meeting, which is, it is not in our purview as a state agency to raise the children of AACPS. We need to be partners with our parents, all of them, not some self-imposed moral authority. If we're going to allow the freedom of expression on our classroom walls, it should be the students' expression. I believe all ideas should be displayed. So long as the expression is not prohibited by law, I will not support the rights of one without the rights for all. While I prefer this proposed policy, as teachers will have a whole host of new problems if they begin displaying MAGA flags next to pride flags and Black Lives Matter, Muslim, Christian, and so on, this will indeed become a distraction in many classrooms. Regardless, I will defend all voices. Finally, no matter if this policy were to pass or not, we still have a serious issue that we can no longer ignore. Knowing that so many in our school community feel silenced, I requested a board shop many months ago, exploring social issues in the classroom. The board was given a presentation on curriculum and professional development, largely around equity. It was clear then that the many fearful voices I heard from that led to this request were not represented in what we were presented. I know many think I must mean white racist, but I think back to the statements from 2 Black women in our last meeting who do not view themselves as victims or do not wish to be viewed in that way. How many Black students feel that way when they see the Black Lives Matter flag in the classroom? And what are we telling our students when we say that they're only safe in certain classrooms and that flags prevent suicides? What are we doing for them when we silence those with different perspectives? Are we not just planting seeds of resentment? I do want to personally thank those who have delivered deeply personal statements on their experiences as they oppose this policy, especially our students. You are not wrong in how you feel, even if we disagree on the path forward. Whenever someone shares a personal story, I learn. I want you to know that I have decided at various different times to support and reject this policy. This has been an emotional roller coaster for me. Each time my position moved, it was because of something impactful that someone shared. I'm grateful you had the strength to share something so difficult. While this policy seems fated to fail, I will always do what I know in my heart to be best for students. I do not make statement votes. I vote for what is likely to deliver the best outcome for our students. If nothing else, this policy proposal was finally the catalyst that empowered some to speak out who have been afraid for years. It is so discouraging to hear good people who really, at the heart of the matter, want the same things speak so badly of those who view or experience the world differently than they do. Our students are watching. Let's show them we can come together, honor our differences, and put our students, all students, first. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell. Oh, sorry.
Just noting that. Well, it's going to be a little challenging here, but I will try. I'm going to try to do this without my references. Okay. Is that better? Okay. So I've been listening the entire time. When the first reader came out, I did not state a position because I did not have one yet. This policy was presented to me on its first reader, and we got it a few days before it arrived there. We have a I'm talking into the mic, so it's okay. All right, there we go. All right. As I said, I wanted to genuinely understand, as I do with all of our policies, of course, the ones that I recommend, I'm obviously supporting. Otherwise, I would not have recommended. But I take all of our policies very seriously. And I follow the same checklist that's contained in our policy on policy. And our policy on policy asks that the superintendent work collaboratively with this committee to ensure that we have heard from the stakeholders, that we have considered all of the equity lens, that we have considered these matters, because the equity lens is a guide that allows us to comply with the equity law. We have a lot of laws. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out what the rights genuinely are of our teachers and employees, the rights of board members in addressing this matter, the rights of our students, the rights of our parents, because they all play a role based on what had been presented since the introduction of it. But I want to take a step back for a minute prior to that. And that transcends prior to my taking this seat. There has always been a concern that there are just some symbols that represent different things for different people. And when those symbols represent something for a person of religion that limits or makes them feel like they don't belong, that's important, and that is relevant and is part of our job. So for me, when I saw this as a possible solution to address something that's been going on for a long time. And yes, I will stand by my statement that I have not seen the interaction. And that interaction should really have been occurring during the development of the draft policy itself. I did not mean that anyone is not doing their job and doing it diligently, because I believe up until the very minute I'm sitting here and Ms. Howe calls the roll and I actually vote, that's when I have made my final decision. Not beforehand, not up front, not on a first reader, not in advance of the first reader, nor doing that. Because it really speaks poorly to the listening, to the understanding, and then to the development of what should be a version that has consensus. When we carte blanche dismiss attempts at achieving the consensus, not based on its content, but based on the idea that I do not want to reach a consensus and therefore will not ever be supporting this, I don't think that makes for a good day for America, and definitely not a good day for our schools. Most importantly, not a very good day for our students. What I have seen and observed since then is people having the fortitude to come forward and start to actually share some of the things that they've been facing too. Someone who has been feeling like that should find that as a common ground with others at the very least. But when a student, any student, walks into a classroom and sees symbols that make them feel like they do not belong, my question is there another way that we can best demonstrate that? I will reiterate from my amendment notes, because I think it is not just relevant to the amendment, but relevant to how I feel about this particular policy. And that is, number one, no student should ever feel like when they walk into our classroom that they are having to choose between their religion and their education. And in instances where that has occurred, it has well been substantiated that that is not where we should or ever need to be as a school district. Our teachers are faced with a lot. And I understand the natural matriculation and use of some of these symbols. None of them are copyrighted. There's no issues on that. The pride flag is not copyrighted, the original person and the newer version coming out from an artist out of Philadelphia. But each one of those stripes has a represented meaning, just like the stripes on other flags of other countries, including the flag of the United States of America. So yes, it is not just a symbol for others, but it has genuinely defined those genuinely defined symbols contained on those flags, on those pennants, on those banners, on those posters. We've always stood under a practice that we try not to endorse, we try to promote, and we try to find creative ways. Where it's been tripping up is that I know I myself, the few people who have been brave enough to step up, I submitted in, and that is under the superintendent's purview. That is not under the school board. But it keeps on happening, and there is no change. And there has been no attempt of change. I would have much rather all of these stakeholders, I think it would have been easy to identify the stakeholders that will be impacted by this and have that conversation before it's presented to us. Because really, that's kind of where our policy wants it to. It does not dictate it or command it. But in giving permission, we've got to make certain assumptions. So I think we need to take a look at when we are facing policies that are very significant is how are we addressing them before we present them in their draft. There were a lot of misconceptions being espoused here on the dais and off about what the Constitution is, what the Constitution is not. Well, and I could probably put 10 attorneys in a room and get 10 different answers. And it is not a disrespect to any attorney. It's just that their experience, their level of expertise, and what court cases they may or may not have familiarity with is going to instruct that. So I did my own research too. And what I am convinced is that I think our status quo needs some work before we get to the start of the school year. As I said earlier, I wish it weren't a motion, but I do not have any feedback, not because people are neglecting their job, but because like everyone else, I'm hoping that up until the very last minute, you should be reading and considering all these things up until the time we actually get here. And I'd like us to work together, the board and the administration together, not letting everybody run their separate courses, check off all their duties and everything else, but work collaboratively to find a way to solve this problem. Because, in conclusion, I don't think that a classroom that doesn't have these symbols is unsafe. That is an incorrect assumption and statement, and does not speak well to those teachers who choose the very limited space they have on those walls. If you've ever been in our classrooms, very, very crowded now. They have very limited space. And so they're choosing educational things on it. I don't think they're purposefully making things neutral or wanting to not show a display of support. But when we start getting to the part where we say that this equals this, always, 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 that becomes problematic. So there are a lot of problems. I maintain that I believe that limiting what is going on until we can get something more meaningful than what has been occurring in place is appropriate. I will be voting yes on this policy, not based on any practice or otherwise. I do not belong to clubs and organizations and civic groups by and large, and have even taken leaves of absence from some of the most benign ones and benevolent ones. Because when I'm up here, I want to be up here representing and performing the duties that the state requires me to. We are here for the kids, but we're also here to do a job, and we have to maintain constitutional rights for each and every protected group. The suicides continue. The misery continues. The exodus continues. I want it to stop, and I know that we can make it stop together. So upon conclusion of dispelling any motions made concerning this policy, I would like to reserve the right to take an action motion that is related to the agenda item, but not specific to the topic, and see if we can maybe come to a consensus on something of this topic.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Corkadell. So that brings it to me. It is not my usual practice to deliver prepared remarks before a vote, but the complexity of issues presented by this policy and the evident passion of so many of our community demand, I believe, the most careful thought and deliberation. The thoughts I offer here come after reading and listening to every single comment that has come before this board and weighing all that I have heard and read. I want to thank all of those who have come forward in person, virtually, and in writing to express their views and share their experiences. I especially want to thank those students who have shared their personal and often deeply painful stories. No one should have to share their pain publicly. But I want you to know that I am grateful for your courage. It has made a difference to me, to my colleagues, and to this community. I also want to apologize to those, especially our students, who are members of the BIPOC and LGBTQ+ communities, who have had to hear their very existence referred to as merely ideology and political. To be Black or queer is not a choice, but an identity, a state of being, a state of human being. Such dismissive rhetoric, itself political and ideological, betrays, in my view, a profound lack of empathy, humanity, and respect. I want you to know that I am truly, truly sorry that you have had to be subjected to it. I have already noted that I do not believe this policy is necessary on practical and operational grounds. We have a policy which requires the display in accordance with all appropriate laws of the U.S. flag, the state flag, the county flag, and the flag of the city of Annapolis on our flagpoles and where necessary in our schools. Similarly, we have a policy which prohibits the display of symbols of hate. Whether this policy passes or not, no one will be taking down the U.S. flag, and no one will be posting any image of hate in our schools. No additional policy regarding flags is, in my view, in any way necessary. Additionally, I have expressed my view that we must trust our teachers to determine what is best for their students, which may include displaying images which they believe will best enable those in their classes to feel a true sense of belonging and even safety. Should there be specific individual cases where teachers are not working within the appropriate bounds, we have and have always had processes for addressing those concerns. But a top-down blanket policy that would strip teachers universally of the autonomy necessary to make decisions about how to communicate to their students that they belong and that their classroom is safe is not only unnecessary in my view, but would tie the hands of our teachers in doing exactly what we ask of them and what good teaching requires. As my colleague, Mr. Silkworth, so often reminds us, strong relationships are the ground on which good teaching and learning flourish. This policy would erect a barrier to building those essential, powerful relationships. Simply put, this policy will undermine our own stated mission, goals, and policies, and put this school system in an untenable position moving forward. Finally, however, I want to address the impact I believe this policy would have on our most central goal and the very reason for the existence of this board and any board of education: student achievement. We are charged first and foremost, with educating students so that they may take their place in society as contributing, fulfilled, productive citizens of our democratic republic. A number of my colleagues like to reference Benjamin Franklin's quotation about having a republic, if we can keep it. Franklin understood that keeping our republic demands citizens who can engage with their fellow citizens and deliberate responsibly and productively on the issues of the day. That deliberation cannot and will not happen if our students do not have the opportunity to come to know one another across their differences and recognize each other in their full humanity. This policy would require our schools to strip the walls of anything that is perceived as a potential source of disagreement, stealing from our students this essential part of their education, namely the tools necessary to develop as citizens in a diverse and pluralistic country and an increasingly interconnected world. By demanding that all differences be hidden, simply because some find them too uncomfortable to recognize, we will fail in our mission, handed down to us by Franklin and others, to equip our students for the hard, sometimes painful work that is required to continue the American experiment and keep our republic for the next generations. For me, such a failure is not an option. Thank you. So I believe there is a motion that someone would like to.
Upon talking with board counsel, the way I wanted to craft the motion would run foul to Robert and his many
Okay.
rules. So
Someone else has a motion.
Someone else can do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Frank.
I move to adopt draft policy IS display of flags.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have, I'll just go around, any additional questions or comments?
I stand by every single word I already said in my comments, and I'm a no.
Okay. Ms. Dent, any questions or comments? Mr. Lynn, any additional? Mr. Silkworth, any additional? I will come back to you last, Ms. Frank. Ms. Ellis, any additional? Ms. Corkadell, any additional? Okay.
This will be pretty brief. Just as Dr. Tobin chose to clarify and make comment, it occurred to me that I heard in some commentary as well as now here on the dais that a person's religious belief is something of an uncomfort. There are students that are uncomfortable and are experiencing discomfort. Sorry, Harry. Okay. As I said, I believe there have been references made, and I think it's important that, at least from my perspective, that when a student is feeling like they have to choose between the religion and their education, this is not about discomfort. This is not about an inconvenience. This is not about him having to, I don't know, feel contemplative about how they feel about a particular thing. And the courts have definitely weighed in on that. No student should have to choose between their religion and their education. We're talking about the children in the room, not the adults. And if that is their rules of their life, no school system should be impeding on that. And I am very concerned that in the absence of some policy clarifying that, it goes beyond our existing, that if we were to continue to permit a flag that contradicts a student's religion's beliefs and exercise, that we may end up in a risky situation. But more importantly, these students are not being left to feel uncomfortable, simply uncomfortable, or experience discomfort. It goes much deeper than that. And that is being dismissive of some really legitimate concerns. And I want to make sure that those folks know that they are heard just as well as all of the rest of our protected classes, because this is about protecting all of our protected classes, not just the classrooms where some people have expressed they do not feel safe. This ain't about belonging and safety, folks. This goes much deeper. But I want you to know that although others may feel that your religious beliefs and exercises are matters of convenience and inconvenience and discomfort, that I recognize the significance of what it means in that life. Religious beliefs have saved lives, saved people from suicide, and that is just as much of a reality as that horrific statistic that we face about our students and their suicide. Each and every group is experiencing that right now for a variety of reasons, and we've got to step up to the plate for all of them. And I do not want anyone to think that at least I am not recognizing each and every single student in that capacity.
Thank you. Ms. Frank, you have the final comments.
Yes, thank you. I want to start with the question of why do we need this policy? And the answer is simply because our absolute mission, our permanent directive, is to provide a quality education to all students in an equal environment. Education Code 4-108 stipulates that county boards are to maintain throughout its county a reasonably uniform system of public schools that is designed to provide quality education and equal educational opportunity for all children. The board already has several anti-bias and non-discriminations and equity policies to protect marginalized students. Constituents in good faith have contacted their elected representative to express concerns, and there is currently no guiding policy that addresses those concerns. The comments that this was a solution in search of a problem suggests that constituents reaching out to their public official seeking representation to this board do not matter. And those who have written in to support the policy and offered their reasons why it is needed do not matter. Complaints that there is a divisive atmosphere created by the overzealous application of one viewpoint over another are now well documented in public comment and emails, and inaction allows for the continuation of who is represented and those who are not. Not supporting this policy would lead to the conclusion that some students and some families don't matter and that their concerns are not valid. What is AACPS's process if a student whose mother is a police officer in Anne Arundel County requests a thin blue line flag hung in the classroom? Let's say the teacher hangs it. Now, what if another student goes to the teacher and says, well, that's offensive? What does the teacher do? What are the rights of the student in this situation? What is the process if a second-generation immigrant student whose father is a decorated officer requests a thin blue line flag hung and the teacher denies the request? What are the rights of that student? What, as a board, is our plan when a Muslim or Christian or Jewish student requests a flag removed over religious objections? What are the legal ramifications if that flag is not removed? At its core, the policy allows for all students to feel welcome, not just the ones who see their flags on a wall. These questions are in front of us, and we are abdicating responsibility by not creating a policy. This policy doesn't create a ceiling, it creates a floor. The With as many folks as we've seen who are passionate about this issue, it is clear we have an obligation to provide some governance. To say that there is no need to concern ourselves is myopic. The board's lack of policy creates real concerns because we are allowing others to choose what can be advocated. If we don't have a policy that outlines guidance, we are allowing some causes to be advocated and some not, some students to celebrate their cause and some not. This policy manages a critical issue and provides a process for the system to manage it. Is it your position as a board member that this board should ignore the magnitude of comments that have outlined the desire for a neutral space in which to learn and wait until cases for adjudication are brought before us? A school board has the right, and I argue the obligation, to create policy directing staff if the policy is trying to eliminate a disruption to learning, assuming the board's policies come from a neutral perspective. This policy clearly states it does not affect anyone's personal adornment, though it would be worthy to note that we do have policy on attire specifically to avoid disruption in schools. Clearly, we have precedent even in our own policy. So with all due respect, I cannot think of something more organic to our mission, our obligation, which is to provide quality education and equal opportunity for all 84,000 of our school children, and to do so in a way that does not discriminate or marginalize any of them. There have been comments that this policy only reflects the, quote, white Christo-fascist faction. Over 200 Muslim scholars and imams around the country have signed a document entitled Navigating Differences, Clarifying Sexual and Gender Ethics in Islam. And that states, public discourse on sexuality over the past few decades has presented challenges to faith communities. Today, Islamic sexual and gender ethics are at odds with certain recently popular societal views, causing tension for Muslims between their religious beliefs and societal expectations. At the same time, public disapproval of LGBTQ practices, beliefs, and advocacy is increasingly met with charges of intolerance and unwarranted accusations of bigotry. More troubling still, there is an increasing push to promote LGBTQ-centric values among children through legislation and regulations, disregarding parental consent and denying both parents and children the opportunity to express conscientious objection. Such policies subvert the agency of Muslim parents to teach their children their religiously grounded sexual ethics, violate their constitutional right to freely practice their religion, and contribute to an atmosphere of intolerance toward faith communities. We are Muslim scholars and preachers representing a diverse range of theological schools. Below is our collective, nonpartisan articulation of Islam's position on sexual and gender ethics. As a religious minority that frequently experiences bigotry and exclusion, we reject the notion that moral disagreements amount to intolerance or incitement of violence. We affirm our rights to express our beliefs while simultaneously recognizing our constitutional obligation to exist peacefully with those whose beliefs differ from ours. The president of Coalition of Virtue, a Muslim political advocacy organization based in Maryland, recently wrote to us to state that just as we would not wish to impose flags with Islamic messaging or symbols on school children, we believe it wrong to impose pride flags on school children. We support the proposed policy because it is the most inclusive policy possible, and it excludes no one. Let us celebrate flags that represent us all, the flags of our country. There are flags that represent our common values and our common dreams. These are the ones that we should celebrate together. I ask this board, do you hear the Muslim community? Two conservative LGBTQ organizations, one statewide and one national, whose members identify as LGBTQ, but do not support the current ideological use of flags as it relates to education. Those statements are, I am concerned with some of the policies that have been implemented in school boards and state legislatures over the last several months that have continued to remove parental rights and to also expose children to things that they should not be exposed to, has resulted in the lowest support for the LGBTQ community in decades. It is sad that we are being set back by the hijacking of the LGBTQ community. The second organization reads, By adopting this policy, our school district can send a clear message of support and affirmation to all students, LGBTQ plus students, and non-LGBTQ plus students alike, letting them know that their safety and well-being are valued and protected. It is our responsibility to ensure that all students, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity, have access to an education that empowers and celebrates their identities. This policy helps to create an environment where LGBTQ plus students can focus on their academic and personal growth without the fear of being targeted or marginalized. We commend the school board for taking proactive steps to address our concerns and create a safe and inclusive environment for all students, including those who identify as either LGBTQ+ or not. By implementing this policy, we demonstrate our commitment to supporting and protecting the rights of vulnerable students. I ask this board, do you hear the conservative LGBTQ community? The Coalition for Jewish Values sent a letter representing over 2,500 traditional Orthodox rabbis in American public policy, and that was approved by their rabbinic board. And that states, it is not the role of public schools to pick sides. We would not call for them to promote the Jewish views that characterize our parochial schools. Public schools must educate all the public's children without racial identity or viewpoint discrimination. A rainbow pride flag does not, as proponents argue, merely validate students who identify with the LGBTQ philosophy. It endorses that viewpoint to the exclusion of others, including the heritage of the Jewish people. We therefore support the proposal to limit displays to nonpartisan government and educational flags. There are many voices who disagree with promoting specific causes in our classrooms, and all of our diverse beliefs should be respected. At the last meeting, I pointed out the hateful comments directed at those supporting this policy. Some have asked me not to call them conservative, because they aren't. They just believe this to be a good policy. I have clearly shown that there is not an inclusive or accepting community in AACPS for people who want neutrality over advocacy. I asked this board full of righteous warriors protecting free speech what they plan to do about the bullying that we observed in full view of this board and on the display to children who are watching, and I have heard no other concrete solutions. Do you not see the vitriol exhibited toward these families? That includes their children. I have highlighted multiple diverse groups of those who support this policy, and I have explained the need for a policy. If we want to continue to say that all means all while actively ignoring people who support this policy, if we turn a blind eye to the bullying that we see, do we have any policies that are worth the paper that they are proverbially printed on? I'll end with another quote from Rabbi Mencken because he put it exactly correct. Public schools cannot endorse one value system that runs contrary to the others, because to do so makes other students feel marginalized and excluded. So when you board members come to the end of your term and you look at the people who are being marginalized in our schools right now, are you going to be able to say to them that you did everything you could to protect them? That when they came to you and asked you for help, that you took action instead of waiting for someone else to act for you later? Maybe. Did you fulfill your duty under Education Code 4-108 to maintain throughout the county a reasonably uniform system of public schools that is designed to provide a quality education and equal educational opportunity for all children? If you have the courage of conviction to be on this board, embrace the one power that you do have to create policy and stop allowing an intolerant environment in our schools. Affirm that all of our students belong in our schools and support this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion, we have a second, everyone has had an opportunity to comment, so I think we are ready for a vote. Ms. Howell.
Ms. Frank moved to adopt draft policy IS, display of flags. Ms. Schalheim?
No.
Ms. Dent?
Abstain.
Mr. Lynn?
No.
Mr. Silkworth?
No.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
No.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative, 1 abstention. Motion fails.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We need to move on. Before we move on to the next policy under let me just make one quick announcement because I know you have, which is I believe we're having trouble with our Zoom, or has that been rectified?
It has not been rectified. We have contacted all of the people who signed up for virtual testimony for non-agenda items, asked them to submit their comments. There are 4 people, and we have 3 of those comments.
All right, thank you. Okay, Ms. Corkadell, you wish to bring forth an additional related motion.
Well, as I said, I know I'm going to run into I can't hear, so hold
Yeah.
on a second. I'll get this. Mercy. As I had said, my intent is to solve the problems. And so I am hopeful that and willing to accept consensus, and if not, go to motion. Because I think this really does speak to what I am hearing and what I thought I heard from our administration and most of our members. Willingness and wanting to come up with something so that we can take some action to stop the hurt. This is not a moment to celebrate, folks, because we still have people that are marginalized in the classrooms with our status quo. So, Ms. Howell, if you could please share with the board. I move that the board ask the superintendent, to create a group of stakeholders with appropriate and fair representation from all affected groups, including all legally protected classes, to advise the superintendent and the board on the issues and concerns raised during our consideration of the now failed policy IS. And as such, follow-up actions as may be appropriate to number 1, ensure adherence to our anti-bias, non-discrimination, and equity policies for everyone in the AACPS community. And number 2, create opportunities to build consensus and togetherness to replace the divisiveness that is evident in our classrooms and educational spaces with inclusion, belonging, and acceptance of each and every student. Further, a comprehensive report of findings and recommendations of the superintendent be presented to the board on or before the conclusion of the 3rd marking period of the 23-24 school year. And now I will make my opening remarks. Extension.
Yeah, we have a second. Yeah,
yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Ellis, second, but I'm using her mic right now. So I'm not necessarily a big fan of ethics as it relates to board or superintendent, but I think that under the circumstances that we need to give the public assurance that the board and superintendent are going to work with these folks, with all the folks involved, and specifically address the question. I chose the 3rd marking period. I am not assigned to that or otherwise, but what I don't want to do is we get so far along and now we're looking at the end of next school year and we don't have time to work through the implementation, the regulations, the standard operating procedures, and otherwise it may be necessary in order to fulfill our necessary obligations of ensuring that our students are not being discriminated against or being imposed upon based on whatever protected class or even non-protected class. Look, we have students that are not in protected classes that are experiencing some of the same problems of belonging and non-belonging. So we cannot be limited to it. But I want to make sure that each and every single one of those protected classes are definitely included in the conversation. The county uses a faith community committee to advise, to ensure that our local government is not impeding on their beliefs and rights. And they are usually, at least one of them, are included in all the conversations. What is evident to me is, despite all of our attempts to be present, be heard, and instruct change, we still have too far to go, with too many victims left behind. So, as I had said from the beginning and advised prior to any vote, or even knowing how I was going to vote, quite frankly, up until now, what I do know is that, pass or fail, we need to have those conversations. And I think the conversations need to be a little bit more formal and have more of a look and feel of a work group or a task force, so that we can be held accountable and that the people involved can hold us accountable to what we know we're going to have to do, which is a lot of hard work rolling up of the sleeves. So that is why. And as I said, I've been seeking additional information and considering ways of building consensus all the way up to the very last minute. So I know the superintendent may not have had time to discuss with his staff, but I would just consider that what I'm asking for is pretty much how we operate when we do deliberations and work groups, and is not deviating from anything or asking anything extraordinary, and is allowing for the times of our redistricting, which would conclude in November, and our budget, which would conclude in February, and give plenty of time for input, feedback, and opportunities for people to perhaps volunteer to participate in these things. We've got to find a way, because our students, they're only kids, and then they're another year older already, and you blink an eye. We can't sit on this anymore. And I don't think that we can marginalize the impacts that it has and continues to create until we find a solution. Thank you very much, Madam President.
All right, thank you. I am going to go around again in roll call order. So Ms. Schalheim, first questions. Let me just remember this. First questions. Then we'll go back for comments. Any questions?
Yeah, I hate to do this, but I think I'm going to. Would it be inappropriate for me to seek the opinion of our superintendent on this one regarding this motion? And again, I mean, no disrespect, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I just want to know what you think about this.
I leave that to you, Dr. Bedell, if you wish to comment or not.
And you don't have to. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I have thoughts. I absolutely have thoughts. When you ask me that, I'm gonna take advantage of it. Yeah. I think for me, I made a commitment in my remarks that we would meet with people who felt that they have not been heard, and I've made that commitment, and I've stayed true to that. I'm not certain having to form an official task force is the path forward, when I think we have been very clear that we're open to meeting with people and being able to come back and share what those conversations have yielded. So that's pretty much my thoughts on it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
I will have a comment.
Ms. Dent, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Mr. Lynn, do you have any questions? Mr. Silkworth?
No questions, do have comments.
Ms. Frank, any questions? Ms. Ellis, no questions? Okay, I'm assuming, Ms. Corkadell, you don't have questions. I'm just checking. Okay, comments? Ms. Schalheim?
Yeah, I have seen an extraordinary amount of work that Dr. Bedell has done in such a short period of time, from correcting seemingly I think he has a magic wand in his back pocket because he, corrected the transportation woes by and large in a very short amount of time, and did all these listening and learning tours, has met with every group I could think of, for the most part, that is wanted to meet so far and has asked for it in the county, up and down the county. And so I'm going to trust our superintendent, and I'm going to be a no on this because I trust him and his staff to do the right thing to carry us forward, and that's where I'm going to leave it. I'm a no.
Ms. Dent.
Ms. Corkdale, I applaud you for pushing forward a way that I think that what you're trying to do is find a way for voices to be heard and for people to feel that their voices presents what our classroom deserves, which is an opportunity for students to come here and be educated and not be bogged down with the various different things that are going on. And I have to say if, because I'm not in the classroom. If the things that we've been talked to, wrote to, written to, comments and spoken before us in open testimony are disruptive and happening in our classroom, then I think that was a way for you to try to do that. However, I do think that there is some responsibility of Dr. Bedell and his team to take a look at everything that he's diligently sat here, heard, along with all of his staff. And they've taken everything. I can tell you that I've never seen as many of his staff in here since I've been here. And so I think that tells me how serious he is about this matter. I've spoken to him on numerous occasions, probably too many times on the weekend, to just try to ascertain what happens if this passes, what happens if this fails. And so I think that he has a good hold on to what he needs to do and what are the next steps. I'm here in support and in solidarity to make sure that we can create an environment that is inclusive, but I don't want parents to believe that their children are exposed to things that are in direct conflict of what their values are at the school, in the school system. And I say that wholeheartedly, that I don't think that putting together another work group is going to solve that. I think this work is going to have to be done, as I said earlier, by the people that meet and greet our students at the door. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lynn.
I think that it's great that we're trying to get more perspectives and more thoughts from all of our community members, but I feel that creating this council adds an additional layer of responsibility for our superintendent, which I'm not sure I stand behind. I think that based on what I have seen as a student and what I've heard through many of Dr. Bedell's initiatives, he has already attempted and very well successfully reached out to many community members through his listening tours and other initiatives that he's taken. So I don't feel that creating another council or group of sort is necessary.
Thank you. Mr. Silkworth.
Thank you, President Tobin. I also applaud Ms. Corkadell for her intent. Absolutely. But I do not think that we need a motion to direct Dr. Bell to do what I'm going to suggest to you he's already started to do. He's already built relationships with so many, and he told us in his recommendation just a while ago about getting some of the opposing groups at the table. I trust him that he's going to be able to, number one, continue to recognize what the situation is, so that we can come up with solutions and get stakeholders together so that we can guarantee every single student feels that they're walking into a safe classroom.
Thank you. Ms. Frank.
I appreciate the comments of the superintendent to do a lot of this work and the comments that he made in his statement. But I still will support this because I do believe that the board should also be part of the work of developing these opportunities. And I think that this shows the community that the board is also involved in these initiatives.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis.
So I am not against the motion, but I am not prepared right now to move forward or take action today, because for me, I have to hit the pause button, regroup, and think through what's the best way forward. I've been very supportive of our superintendent. I have all the confidence in the world in him, but at the same time, I do think we need more than just sort of behind the scenes work done. I do think we're going to need something that is much more open and public to solving these problems. I just need a little time to form thoughts around that. Dr. Bedell and I meet quarterly. Each member does, and Dr. Bedell. So these are the topics that Dr. Bedell and I are usually talking about. It goes way beyond flags. And so, Dr. Bedell, you might want to block out another hour with me next. So I recognize we have a responsibility as a board to be involved and to take action in some form. And so I am supportive of the idea here. I think we need a little more time to do this thoughtfully. But I am committed that we're not dropping this. It's not over. Thank you.
Ms. Corkadell, if I may come back to you at the end, I'll make my comments and then come back to you. So this board voted enthusiastically 8-0 to hire Dr. Bedell last year. And this was one of the reasons in my mind that I cast that vote, one of many reasons, because I knew Dr. Bedell had an extraordinary ability to reach out to every part of this county. He has spent this year gathering information, doing 16 listening and learning tours, and having countless meetings with so many other groups around the county. And what you see is his cabinet here seated, who really have just finally been assembled. And so I think it is important to recognize that I have, and I believe my colleagues have, full faith and confidence in Dr. Bedell. And that we have done as a board the thing we actually should do, which is determine who will sit in this seat as our superintendent. That is actually the most important thing a Board of Education does. We do not run the schools, we oversee the superintendent. It is also the case that our job as the board is the what, and the superintendent's job is the how. And I am concerned about this motion because I think it gets into the how. We're clear on the what. Everybody here has said this. We've all heard that it varies tremendously whether or not people feel they are heard and seen in their schools, in their classrooms. And our goal clearly is that every student should feel that sense of clear belonging in their school. So the what is unequivocal. The issue is the how. And I am confident in Dr. Bedell and his team's ability to execute the how as they see fit. And it is our job then to evaluate that at the appropriate point. And so I think it is staying true to actually our role to let our superintendent move forward to do this work in the way that he believes is the best way to do it. And then it will be for us to evaluate when we do, if we feel we're on the right track. So for that reason, while I share the goal of making sure that everyone is included in these discussions, knows they should be included in these discussions, and that we are getting that information, I am not prepared to step into the superintendent's lane of exactly how we do that. So that concludes my comments. So Ms. Corkadell, do you want to?
As I had said, I was not necessarily bound on it being a motion, and had hoped that there would have been some opportunities for some feedback prior, but be that as it may. I recall many years ago when we first took office, Miss Antwine, along with several others, board members, had introduced a concept to get together a group of people to take a look at what is now opportunity gaps, formerly known as achievement gaps. That same year, we also did similar for mental health. When we did so, there was a little bit of hesitation there of what the lanes were. Both of those have resulted in now community-wide task force that the county executive said, hey, I'm stealing that in one particular case, because what did we do? We asked that all the affected groups get together, and then we held them accountable to making sure that the community and the board understood what it was. This is not about trust or not trust. This is about transparency after a very, very, very long and arduous conversation. Implying that a vote for this is saying that you do not trust the superintendent, or that the notions that he has already made, which are near what this is somehow getting involved in the how. Our job is the what and the why. And those are two things that we cannot ascertain without the assistance of the superintendent and facilitation of these conversations. The how is up to the superintendent. It's stated so in every single policy of ours, except for the ones only associated with the board. And I would argue as CEO, secretary, and treasurer that that is part of that. He is a part of this board. And I would have liked to see a little bit of consensus surrounding the fact that we've got some groups that we've identified already that we want to put together. It allows for the addition of additional ones. But there is no way Dr. Bedell could have possibly listed off all the ones that he wants to engage with, leaving and barring only two. It may leave folks to believe, well, when would this take place? And how many more school years do we have to go by? Having a conversation about how to transform our classrooms into something that meets the needs of each and every student, and to give them a space to belong. We've got lots of really good models out there, from New York to LA, and that are working very well. And they do not use mass-produced items on their classroom walls in order to achieve it. They deal with relationships. They deal with the science behind what a wall space means. I just think that there are moments such as achievement gaps and mental health, and now this issue, that does lend itself to maybe making something a little bit more formal. For the board just to direct the CAC to give some advice. We do this with attire, by the way. We do this on important issues. We gather and convene work groups. And I think by us that we are asking the superintendent. We are not insisting. And I understand the nuances of differences and what it actually really does mean. And I've well defended the superintendent's rights in those matters, even opposing some of the board members that are sitting here on the dais today and ones who have departed. But I also recognize the need for things like an opportunity gap of something bigger and larger than us. And I think in this particular circumstance that we are now in a position, and look, it's not just us, it's all over the place, all over the nation. These conversations are having to happen because we do have 2 protected classes that have not yet found a way to not infringe upon one another and get along. Get along would be ideal, but at least exist in the same space where we're not impeding on one or the other. And that's very big and that's very bold. And it's going to take more than a couple conversations. The listening and learning tours was a formal recommendation. I am happy to withdraw and hold this to the next meeting, to hold this final vote to see if the staff and the superintendent have ideas to find a way of how we can do this, because the board has to get back to the what and the why and the gaps. That has been well demonstrated. And so I would just ask everyone to consider, I am happy to withdraw this if I have assurances that a similar model is in the works here, and that we will hear from that in the next meeting, couple meetings. I know the next one is, of course, the opening meeting, and that may not be possible. But we start to get into September and these kids are back in the classrooms again. It seems to go away. And I don't think this is just too important to go away. These are our kids' lives, and they're having to live in these classrooms for hours and hours and hours each and every single day. And it has to reflect all of them, not just some of them, not just the ones who are feeling sad that day. It has to always reflect them. And I think we've got already in place some good opportunities there. I do not think that coming to this conclusion and solving this problem is an impediment or a hindrance, because that says that those students who are being victimized right now, who are feeling victims, who are feeling like they don't belong, are not as important as, and you can fill in that blank. And so I thought we could do it this way. I am happy to do it in the non-motion way too. The reason I decided to present it as a motion, because I was not convinced that we do have consensus on the problem. I still continue to hear some members express that they do not feel it is a problem or a problem that is important enough, that these concerns raised in policy IS is still a solution looking for a problem. That tells me we do not have consensus as members, and that is why I chose to do that. It's not that I do not trust Dr. Bedell explicitly, because I do. So I am comfortable with the withdrawal on that in contemplation to it. But otherwise, I would be inclined to move forward if everybody is not on board on us taking this on. And so that's where I'm kind of at. So
If it is my understanding that once a motion has been put forward and seconded, it belongs to the board. And so I think we have to vote. And then that's my understanding.
the motion can be withdrawn by any member at any time. But typically, it is not the person who addressed it, although that does occur. And I am willing to make that withdrawal as appropriate. But before I do, I just want to know, at least from the president and the superintendent, in my withdrawal, is this just killing the idea altogether, or are we going to figure something out?
Well, so again, my understanding from previous conversations we have had on this dais is that this motion now belongs to the board. So I'm not aware of a situation where a vote occurs with a promise of some other action. I think the vote has to happen. At that time,
I guess
if
I'm
you-
saying I'm going to move to withdraw, provided that, based on commentary, that I'm comfortable that it can be achieved without the motion. A motion to withdraw is permitted, and you do not have to vote on the motion in order to withdraw
I'm
it.
sorry, I think we're going to have to
Um,
bring council forward here.
I'm just asking the board leadership and superintendent if they think that this is, at least in concept, a good idea and something to work on, in which case I will withdraw it as a formal motion if that is making everybody uncomfortable
Okay.
as such.
Could we have some?
Members of the board, Dr. Bedell, it's pretty straightforward. The motion maker can always withdraw the motion prior to action being taken on their motion. If it's been amended since and changed, that could alter things, but that has not happened yet.
Okay.
There's some other quirks to it, but the bottom line is it's not a motion to withdraw. If Ms. Corkadell, as the motion maker of the motion that remains on the floor, wishes to withdraw her motion, that's the end of the debate on that topic.
Okay, it was the amendment part I was remembering from previous conversations, so my apologies. Thank you. Do you wish to offer any comment, Dr. Bedell?
I mean, yeah, I'm static with my response. I mean, there's nothing else for me to offer. I've been very clear that we will look into it. I will continue the engagement that I have displayed in this first year to make sure that all voices are heard.
Ms. Frank, I see you have a light on. Oh. So you don't have a light on.
I was going to suggest to postpone it
You're-
to the next meeting. I was going to suggest a postponement until a subsequent meeting, but now that that's adjudicated, it's irrelevant.
Okay. So, Mr. Silkworth, did you want to say something? Or I saw you reach for your.
Well, I just want to simply say I applaud Ms. Corkadell for her intent. And I also applaud her for the offer to withdraw. So you clearly have my commitment to take care of the concerns that we have all heard. And I've heard what Dr. Bedell has said he's going to do. And I remember just a while ago hearing information about a proposal about a redistricting plan that was off the charts. The work was superb. So I applaud you, Ms. Corkadell, for being willing to withdraw it. And I think we're all willing to work together collaboratively as a board with Dr. Bedell to meet the needs of all of our stakeholders.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Your light is on.
I just wanted to add, Dr. Bedell, you said you expressed your commitment that all voices are heard. You've made that clear since you got here. But I think in this case, the concern is that all voices are heard and addressed. And I know you would do that. I'm stating that just for the public, because I know that many at this point are just feeling like this is not going to go anywhere. So I just wanted to qualify that a little bit. And that's why I'm committed. I'm hoping the board is committed to continuing the work, but thanks.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
Let me just speak to that because, I think where people will say, well, I don't feel like I'm being heard, generally results in when they're not getting everything that they want. And that's just not practical. Like I'm not going to be able to please everybody, and I'm not going to pretend to try. I'm going to try to do everything I can to listen to people's concerns, and where I know I can do something, I can do it. I don't think there's a single group that has met with me this year where they can't say he listened to me and at least he addressed these two things or whatever it may be. So that's, I think I've displayed that in this first year. I've heard people from all sides of the aisle on concerns, and I have addressed them head on with results. So, I just want to put that out there because sometimes I feel like, what I'm in essence being asked to do is to be the solver of everybody's issues. And I can't do that. And I just can't. It's not possible. But I have demonstrated that I'm willing to listen to people, and where I can give a resolution, I have done that. I have delivered.
Right. And that I think is an important clarification. That's the only reason I brought it up. Mhm.
Ms. Corkadell, to your question with regard to leadership, I have stated, I believe just about every member of this board has stated their desire, the fact that we have heard everything that's been said and that we continue to wish to hear what has to be said and to ensure that we do work that moves us forward in this direction that we have all stated we want to go. Now, as we know, we have different views on how to get there often, but that doesn't mean, and I stated, I think at the last meeting, I believe with all my heart that every one of the people who sit here are here to do what they believe is absolutely the best for every single student in this district. And so I think I'm going to say, from what I've heard, there is a commitment here. And I certainly have one, but I haven't heard anybody that I believe isn't committed to that. And certainly, I think we have in our chief executive somebody who's incredibly good at executing. And so I think that is, that's clear to me from what I've heard.
Okay.
And that's what I understand. I don't know if that fully answers your question, but
It does. So let me just thank all of you because, as I said, unfortunately, when you do decide that you're going to do a full analysis and listen to something before you make a decision, that can very well mean that sometimes right the minute up beforehand that something is brought to light that needs fleshed out. And so as I said, I did not provide ample time for the administration to review this or take a look at it because normally I prefer just to say, hey, can we do something about it? Knowing full well that I already know that that's going on. I think there's a lot of sensitivity, a lot of emotions on this one that compelled me to at least make a draft. And part of that draft is, and sharing of this with my members, is also to advise everyone that I'm looking for the real solution amidst all of the opinions and to build that consensus. So, Madam President, I move to withdraw the pending motion.
okay.
Or, motion withdrawn.
Yeah,
I guess.
all right.
Motion
So I think
withdrawn.
that's,
Well, yeah, but I was just saying it a little.
yeah,
more
no, it's
formally.
it's on the record
Mhm.
now that it was withdrawn.
And if I just may then comment and thank Dr. Bedell and his new staff and the existing staff. I'm looking forward to working with lots of changes, all of it good. And let me just say that at no moment in time is my faith in our administration's ability to get this done and do it well. And I hope that we can continue to get updates and connect and find better ways to address that. And I assume that, of course, if there is something that needs adjusted that is not clear in policy, that would be brought forth to our policy committee and flushed out thoroughly. And then lastly, I'm just going to say that I hope that we would consider taking advantage of a little piece of our policy on policy in the future, particularly on some of the other issues. I wish we would have had it in place for the anti-discrimination and some of our other policies on bullying and bias whenever we first approached it. And that was to actually connect with the stakeholders in advance. And I think that's something that we can start to build towards and support as a board moving forward with that, regardless of who is making the suggestion of a policy, so that we can maybe build a little more consensus when we as individual board members are looking to find that common ground and maybe better demonstrate it than we have in the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Tobin.
Thank you, Ms. Corkadell. I appreciate your trying to leave us here with some sense of what the next steps are. All All right, so that brings us to item 7.04, student organizations. Ms. Wilson, you're still with us.
I am. Again, for the record, Grace Wilson, Legislative and Policy Specialist. Policy JCL Student Organizations is before you this afternoon on third reading. The policy was last updated January 18th, 2017, and is being revised to clarify guidance regarding student organizations that desire to conduct meetings or activities in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Okay, I still see a light from you, Ms. Ellis. Is that not a, okay. Are there any questions for Ms. Wilson on this? All right, Dr. Bedell.
Madam President, the superintendent recommends approval of policy JCL, subject to final correction for style and format.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. I'm just going to look for lights on this one. I see no additional lights. Okay, Ms. Howell.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. Lynn?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. So that takes us to policy revisions first reading. Item 7.05, special education programs for students with disabilities, code IFF.
Again, for the record, Grace Wilson, Legislative and Policy Specialist, and I have a colleague here with me today.
Hi, good afternoon. For the record, Diane McGowan, Director, Specially Designed Instruction and Compliance.
Policy IFF, Special Education Programs for Students with Disabilities, is before you this afternoon on first reading. Ms. McGowan has been instrumental in crafting the revisions proposed to the policy, and I'd like to thank her once again for her collaboration. The policy was last revised May 12th, 2012, and ensures that infants, toddlers, and students with disabilities receive a free, appropriate public education and related services in the least restrictive environment appropriate for the child in accordance with federal and state laws and regulations. Specifically, the policy has been revised to update style and formatting, reflect that special education services are provided to individuals birthed through the end of the school year in which the individual turns 21 years old, and reflect current and best practices. And with that, Ms. McGowan and I would be happy to take any questions you have on this policy.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wilson. I will go by lights on this one, so I believe Ms. Schalheim was the first.
Yes, good afternoon, good evening. Goodness. I am so excited about this policy. I think this is, from what I've been able to process in the short time that we've had the draft of the first of this policy in front of us, it seems like lots of great steps to improve the learning environments of our students with special needs are being addressed, and just very excited about this. I am quite certain I'll be in touch with Ms. Wilson between now and second reader just to ask some questions. I'm still getting my thoughts together, and I just I hope that I know that this is an important first step to recognizing that inclusion is not just a place, that it's a mindset, it's just a way of being, but we have to look beyond the physical place and make sure inclusion happens on every level with instruction, so our students are best served. And so I'm really excited about this one. I'm grateful for your work on this and bringing this forward.
Thank you. I just want to publicly acknowledge too the work of my co-director, Sonia McElroy, who is our director for Birth to 5, non-public and Office of Related Services, as well as our leadership team in helping craft this language as well.
Excellent. Yeah, very excited. Thank you. I'll be in touch, Ms. Wilson.
Of course. Thank you. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. I just quickly want to thank you, Ms. McGowan, and your team for your inputs on this. For me, as someone who was elected in 2018, it largely feels like a new day because these inputs to me demonstrate an understanding of the needs of our students and a commitment. So I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I would like to add my thanks, Ms. McGowan. It was tremendously helpful to have you and behind you, your team, the input in the policy committee. And I too feel like this is potentially a wonderful step forward for our students with special needs. So thank you very much. I see no other lights on that, so Ms. Wilson.
Excellent. So we will post this policy for a 30-day public comment period through your next meeting on August 23rd.
Okay, thank you. And you
you
may
all.
may
Thank
finally
you.
get up, Miss Wilson.
See if my legs still work.
Okay, so that takes us to item 7.06, filling of vacancies on Executive Committee of Countywide Citizen Advisory Committee.
Madam President, I recommend approval of the persons on the attached sheet to fill the vacancies on the Citizens Advisory Committee.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Seeing no lights, Ms. Howell.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Dent,
Oh,
sorry, Mr. Lynn,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
and Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Item 7.07, appointment of ethics panel member. Mr. Silkworth.
Madam President, I recommend approval of the person on the attached sheet to fill the vacancy on the Board of Education Ethics Panel.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Seeing no lights, Ms. Howell.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Mr. Lynn,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Section 8, review items 8.01 construction status report and 8.02 award of contracts. Are there any questions on either of those items? Seeing none, that takes us to public comment on non-agenda items. I will call forward the first 5 speakers. Ms. Laura Day, Ms. Janelle Connolly, Mr. John Jason, Kevin McDonald, and John Sly. Do we have John Sly? No. So we have 3. Congratulations, you've waited out a very long meeting. Just to remind you, this is on non-agenda items, so what you say cannot touch on agenda items. So first, Ms. Day.
Thank you. I would like to urge AACPS to invest in growing our vocal and instrumental ensembles at all levels, especially in school systems where enrollment is struggling. Many factors cause an interruption in student participation that trickles up the feeder system and negatively impacting programs for years. Music in schools is community building. Many students who don't fit in easily find a home in the band or chorus room, along with others who are at ease in many environments. Student musicians and ensembles get to work together cooperatively across identities, ideologies, backgrounds, levels of ability, and experience towards a common goal. They encourage and help one another. The act of making music is interdependent, where musicians rely on one another to achieve together what no one, no matter how talented or dedicated, could achieve alone. No one gets benched in chorus, band, or orchestra. All players matter. Student musicians form bonds and friendships with others with whom they might not otherwise interact. Forging meaningful bonds and commonalities across disparate groups is one very effective way to help quash unnecessary fears, prejudices, and biases that are barriers to strong communities. Performance is a liminal experience that developing minds crave. It's exciting, a little bit frightening, and a successful performance is a great reward. Many opportunities for students to perform music allow more students to take a risk in a safe and meaningful way. Many studies connect music with academic support in helping bridge between left and right brain activities and allowing students to access both the logic and language centers of the brain more effectively. Reading music and producing the corresponding sound uses one's whole mind. While they're making music, our students are also making connections in their brains, developing spatial temporal skills, cultivating critical thinking and leadership skills, acquiring self-esteem and the ability to work cooperatively in teams, being creative, releasing stress, learning the value of sustained effort, using time management, experiencing concrete rewards of hard work, and so much more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm just going to call again Janelle Connolly.
Her comments have been emailed to you.
Apologies, I missed that one. Thank you. Mr. Jason.
Hi, thanks for having me here, and thanks for sticking it out for so long. First, I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to meet so many interesting and determined people over the last several weeks as we've choked our way through a certain policy that I can't mention. Second, I would like to acknowledge all the teachers that I've known beforehand and I've met through this, kind, compassionate, dedicated people who truly make me believe in the public education system. Dr. Bedell and this board should be proud of the teachers that they have, and I urge you to continue to find more like them to fill our classes so our schools can be the best in the state. Third, I've met a whole bunch of students before this and during the latest festivities, and I am astounded. They are absolutely amazing people. They are dedicated, they are smart, they are courageous, they are innovative, they are awesome. They have helped restore my faith in the future almost to a single person. So thank you for those opportunities. Originally, I was going to come here and I was going to talk about equity lenses. However, I'm not allowed to call out a board member, but a certain board member just went ahead and completely dissected the entire thing for a demonstration. So on that note, with equity lenses, I will ask for a policy on policy changes where the equity lens analyses are posted as artifacts attached to the policy so that we and the board can be fully appraised of its impacts on marginalized communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald.
I'd just like to start off by saying that Mr. Lynn is a very impressive. I look forward to voting for him when he goes for Congress.
Yeah. I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak about hate speech and bullying in schools. Recently, it seems the rhetoric of how minorities shouldn't have more representation than the majority does has been on the rise. No one is asking for more representation. Instead, our fellow Americans are asking for equal representation. It is our job as parents and guardians to teach our children tolerance. They don't need to agree with others' choices, but they do need to be respectful of them. Our children are watching and learning from us. They see how we behave and will follow suit. It's vital that we provide our children with an environment where they feel represented, respected, and comfortable being themselves. I'm not speaking to politics or religion. We all agree that that has no business in our school. What I'm concerned about is bullying and hate speech and how the districts and schools will be handling increased instances of it. My special needs daughter has dealt with these issues in the past, and the school handled it proficiently. But this past year, my son has reported more frequent hate words being used by students, some of which are shocking to hear. I want to ensure the district has plans in place to not only provide solutions to situations of bullying and hate speech, but also that there are proactive measures in place to ward them off before they begin. This country is supposed to be founded on freedom and equality. Our students also deserve both, regardless of whether someone agrees with their lifestyle. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. I believe, again, we are not going to be able to have our virtual comment, and the next person is not. We have other people who unfortunately couldn't wait out the time. So thank you all. Congratulations, Mr. Lynn. You've gone through a long first meeting. We are delighted to have you. Thank you all.
Move to adjourn.
Yes. Do we have a move to adjourn? Do we have a second? Okay. Consensus? Thank you. Good evening, everyone.